time is now 5:05, and I hereby call this Finance Committee meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Machette?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jared?
Present.
7 present.
There are 7 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes or additions? Hearing none, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. The box has been removed, so there's no more public comments registering. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. As soon as they're ready, they will call up the first public speaker.
First public speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. About the change order to Emily. Emily, you see, Emily is not here tonight. I don't want to look around because they say you're supposed to, but she changed a DDA. I found out she was the member of the DDA board, and the mayor himself is the chair of the DDA. And I see another change order. Davina ain't here too, but we the people want them $50,000 you gonna give to the young kids K to 12th grade. Don't give it to them just cause we got the YMCA. They gonna give them things where they can do for free what they gonna do for 1 year. The YMCA, let them have the mind of their own, and give that $50,000 to the food peoples over there on Second Ward, paying out of their own pocket. I can't even call the name of it. I passed by it today. You know where the area, like you do, like Vina, like taking care of Holy Temple with that food stuff. You can get them people the $50,000. Don't any means possible. We got to do that change order right. And about the situation with the water department, hey, we got an echo in here. Okay, but like I say, welcome back to Tanya Burns. You got a new name out here, Tanya Burns. Snake Bite Tanya Burns. Hey, but you can handle anything. But Tanya, and what's that thing? Speaking to Mike, I mean, Flint is depending on people like you, Tanya, to keep the boys in the hood. No, you don't have to take up for the boys in the hood. They know how to raise up themselves since they come this far. I see it's on the change order, 12 to. See, they got to figure out, this new generation got to figure out stuff on their own. Like, they got to have a chapel for the YMCA. And let them put, like I say, you all freedom of speech. Give me liberty or give me death. Could you tell me, Ms. Byrne, who said that? Was it a darkie or a redneck? And that's what's coming on. They took me to Sam's yesterday out in Fenton. I didn't know where I was. Then they said, you want to walk around the store or you going to sit here and pick the table till our pizza get there? I said, I stay right here. Because the last time I was at Sam's on Miller Road, and that's where all the stuff happened. And the lady said, he didn't know, sir. Just get in the car. And I feel like I was coming. I keep coming back.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Next public speaker, Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. Leon, you had said something at the meeting before last about where I was speaking about your address. I'm not even a public official, and they blasted every address that I lived at, plus my family's address. I don't believe in putting people's addresses up, but being a public official, your address is public. So, you know, that's what I was saying. It's public. I don't believe in protesting at anyone's home because you can always, you know, sometimes it might be somebody deranged in that crowd. So I don't believe in protesting. I see that you have a lot of change orders on the agenda. I would not vote for not one single change order. They low bid to get the contract, and then once they get the contract, they do a whole bunch of change orders. In one of the resolutions, the change order been 5 times. 5 times they done changed it 5 times, man, a change order. Why? They knew what the job consists of when they first bid it on the job. Why do they continuously send up change orders? Because they underbid it to get it. So I wouldn't vote for another change order. It's so much going on down here at this city hall, man, that it's so hard to even talk about. I don't know if y'all know or not, but the deputy chief of the fire department, I got word that he got let go Friday. Then one person from HR resigned a couple of weeks ago. Why are they continuously leaving or getting fired from this administration? Then you have to ask Gurley about that Michigan tribunal tax, where they saying that it's forgery that was done, and nobody has heard about it yet. That's something that needs to be looked into, if it's some forgery going on, because this mayor is incompetent. Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Neely is really incompetent and doesn't know what he's doing. He's vindictive. And we need somebody in office that's going to take care of the people. And I wouldn't vote for that Franklin Avenue neither, that 50,000, until they give it
Thank
to
you.
St. Mark's. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
Next public speaker is Ishan Wooten. Isha Wooten.
That would be me. Could I go last, please? Is that okay?
No, you must go in the order you're signed up.
Hello. I do apologize for that question. This is my first official meeting.
Can you speak closer to the mic? We can't hear.
Yes, hello, sorry. I said I do apologize for that question. This is my first meeting. I don't know if some of you guys did receive my email, but I did email people from the city about a few concerns and a few ways to make the city better in a way. I did have a meeting earlier today with 3 different people. And I also did hear from a council member as well, Ms. Candace. But a few things, this is my first one about the finance first meeting, but just 2 things I did want to raise concerns about since I only have a few minutes, would be the 4 missing positions for the directors. If we can get that filled, I feel like we can get a lot done. And also just an online presence. I know the city is used to everyone like coming down to get things paid and stuff like that, but I feel like an online presence to get tickets or whatever the issue may be would be really great. I do have a lot of other things that was in the email, but that's already been spoken about. So right now, that's why I wanted to go last, just to hear other people's concerns. But right now, that is the only thing that I have for now. So I'm all done.
Thank you.
Last public speaker is David Peachy.
Yeah, my name is David Peachy, the 4th Ward. I was looking over the monies that you people want to spend. It comes to $5,300,000. The one that really upsets me is tap dancing, $50,000. There isn't one thing, $2,800,000 for light bulb changes. I thought we were already taxed on lighting. People read this and see the junk that they're spending that we don't need to spend. And when I see the east side and I see the 2nd Ward, these other wards, they aren't that good a shape. Take that money and make the communities better, not certain programs. Flint Institute of Music. They're one of the nicest organizations. They got money, and we're giving them more money. Just read this junk. If it wouldn't upset you, there's something wrong with you. Tap dancing, $50,000. Who you hiring, Fred Astaire or something? I mean, it's just crazy. And you guys vote for this stuff. $225,000 for safe places for kids, jobs. Is anybody held accountable to this stuff? I mean, do you check and see where this money's going? Get over on these communities. We was running this morning over on Stockton Street. It's horrible over there. I mean, the east side is bad. They're all bad. Take this money and tear down more of these houses or whatever you can do. Don't spend it on junk like this. It doesn't help a person here. This just upsets me. And Miss Burns, I seen you on TV over the weekend that you wanted a guy to check out the fires and stuff. I'm getting a little shaky. I get pissed about it. All these fires going on. It was on Ballinger Road. I guess a house burned down, so you want to get an arson inspector. That's what it is. Come over on the east side and see how many houses are burned down every day, daily. You don't need an arson inspector. These houses are empty. There's no power. There's no water. There's nothing there. They've been sitting there for years. They're burned down. And nobody ever catches them. Get an arson inspector. That's crazy. How much are you going to pay him? Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker?
Yeah, he'll know what he's talking about.
That was the last public speaker.
That was the last one. Okay, it is now time for council comment. Members of the council may respond to all public comments after they've spoken, and you may have 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, to the young lady, this is her first council meeting. First of all, welcome. Second of all, just a couple of things in case you felt like you spoke and we didn't respond. We're not allowed to speak to residents during public speaking. We can't speak until council response, so that was why no one said anything when you were talking. And like Madam Chair said, there's only, I'm sorry, I guess Madam Secretary today. Yes, like Madam Secretary said, it's usually the order that they're received in. That way it keeps down any confusion. But you did reach out. You gave us all an extensive list of things. I do thank you for your wanting to be involved, and I hope that you keep that level of enthusiasm and keep meeting with people. What happens is some of those positions do get filled when residents come and speak to them. The certain positions you were talking about, we're not necessarily able to fill. That's not something that we can do, but I'm happy that they were able to meet with you today to have those conversations. Mr. Peachy, we have been working on fire escrow stuff, for quite some time now. I know your council person has a whole list that she has been looking to get demolished and figure out where the money has gone. And so some of the things you talked about today is some of the stuff that Councilwoman Priestley is currently working on. I do want to commend my colleague in the 6th Ward for also bringing that to light as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the young lady who spoke. It is very courageous to come and speak, and to see more young people is what we need getting involved. I do want to say to you, Mr. Peachy, I saw your ward. I went through a whole tour through your ward with Councilman Dennis Pfeiffer, entire city. I did. I saw house after house after house that was burnt down. Some videos on YouTube. So I'm concerned about your ward as well as my ward, and that they do something about those open basements when they burn to the basement, because it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. So not only did I advocate for my ward, it was for the entire city, because it's a problem. And it's a problem that we've got people, I just had another one burnt up 2 days ago in my ward. And it's constant, the fires. So I'm only for my ward. I can't speak, Councilwoman Priestley has spoken about the fires, but I'm gonna speak up about my ward, and I did look at yours and spoke up too. It's a problem in the city. It's a problem. We have an arsonist, or maybe more than one, because vacant buildings don't go up in flames with no power. A building 2 doors down from me was set on fire. I was woken up out of my bed and seen the rolling fire with an accelerant. So I understand very clearly. I do. And we have to have a plan. The chief stated he's hired someone new, the fire chief, and he did an interview. I haven't seen the plan, but I hope it's an aggressive plan to stop the fires, do something with the vacant homes. We have a lot of problems with the land bank homes that are going up in flames because squatters are occupying them. So there has to be a plan to work collectively, an aggressive one, and better sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. Would like to say thank you to all who have come out, those who have spoken. Would also like to thank those of you that reached out directly to me in my time away, as I have been having some health challenges. I also would like to thank those who may not have reached towards me directly, but offered my name in prayer for recovery. I look forward tonight to having production in this meeting and for us to work in and for the benefit of those that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would be remiss if I did not speak to the residents. First, I would like to thank the residents for coming out. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I would like to thank the young lady, Ms. Woolton, for coming up. Wow. I haven't seen her in such a long time. I remember her from when she was in middle school and high school, and here she is. Thank you. I did get your email, and I am going to reach out to you in regards to your email. Again, thank you all for coming out and being engaged in the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, I'll take a couple of minutes. I also received your email. I just have not had a chance to reply. It's the end of tax season. And in regards to the fire in the 4th Ward, we have a fire almost every night, if not more than one, in the 4th Ward. I have been begging for cameras, anything, catch them, prosecute them, make an example of them. There's only so much I can do. But I assure you that I am constantly fighting to get something done about these. And I'm sure there's more than one arsonist. I also know that there was a house in my neighborhood that burnt. It was already burned. And I got a phone call saying that they saw a neighbor saw people going into the basement with wood. That night, it burnt again. So there are some times during this cold weather where people are catching their vacant houses on fire because they're trying to stay warm. No excuse for that. I feel sorry that they're cold. But it's so dangerous, and they could lose their life. We had someone die at the old Howard Johnson's. We don't know if they died of an overdose or they died when there was a fire there, which, thank God, it's almost down. But I am working very hard to get some of these properties taken care of, the basements out. I gave a list of well over 200 houses 2 years ago to the land bank, some of which never made the final list. But I am also trying to find funding to remove more. Thank you. So I'm going to close council response. I will now entertain a motion for the consent agenda. Is there, all right, it's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. There is one separation I would like to make before we get started, and I thought I had it in my, noted it. It is 250111. That will be separated.
Could you please read
It's
the
Raymond-
entire resolution?
Absolutely. It's Raymond Robson, additional outstanding charges, City of Flint's 2022-2023 audit. Is there any other separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to read the last three. So I'm on page 2080,
Okay.
082.
You know what, can we say them all, because we have our secretaries here, just for clarity, can you put out the entire
Can you
number?
say the whole number? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. First separation is 250080, 250082, 250083, 250084, 250085, 250086, 250087, 250090, 250091, 250092, 250097, 250-100, and you already added the other one that I had, so that's all I have.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
250107,
Just a second, let me get to it.
page 6.
Okay,
He said 7.
yeah,
Yeah.
250107.
250108, 250109.
That's a complete separation now at this point.
No, it's not.
Oh, I saved the wrong one. Okay, go ahead.
I mean,
Sorry, I was talking to myself.
no, she's talking too, so both of y'all talking at the same time, actually. And that is, do you have did I say 250109, because both of you?
Yes, you said.
Okay, that's it for me, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
250110.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, the consent agenda will consist of the following resolutions. 250088, 250089.
That's it.
And I think that's it. Okay, that's it. Everything else has been separated. Roll call, Madam Secretary, for approval of the consent agenda.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes,
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
That is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That consent agenda passes. The first separation is 250080. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move resolution 250080-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the Franklin Avenue Mission Food Access and Food Support System to council.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward, to send 250080, reallocation of ARPA funds to Franklin Avenue Mission, to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there anyone here from Franklin Avenue Mission who would like to speak this evening?
No.
There's no one who would like to speak? No?
No.
All right, I believe this was before us once before, correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, and they were here at the time.
Right, and we had an opportunity to talk about, they were the ones who had the 30 years of service in the community?
No.
That's not
The East Side Mission has the 30 years.
East Side Mission, but Franklin is the one, are they the ones that do the washing of the clothing and the other services on the east side?
Yes.
Hold on, I'm trying to pull up the resolution really quickly so I can just read and go over it. But I do want to say that this is on one of the sides of our city that is historically underserved. For whatever the reason, the east side is often neglected when we talk about anything, whether we are talking about development, we're talking about food resources, if we're talking about activities, things for families to do. We have Mr. Peachy sitting here who's talked about the fact that it's pretty much a burnt out zone. And I think one of the things that is helping to sustain or help sustain residents on the east side is the Franklin Avenue Mission. And I know that when they came before us, they did talk about a lot of the work that they're doing. I don't have my notes in front of me now, so I don't want to conflate them and the other group. But I know that they serve a lot of people. And that is an anchor for the east side, because a lot of people on the east side don't necessarily have transportation to get to maybe the food bank or another location where they may be able to gain food access. So I do want to support and make sure that this anchor place on the east side is able to continue serving residents who, again, they are grossly underserved. We don't talk about enough. We hear all the time about the north side and how it's been historically mismanaged, but we need to make sure we're having those same conversations when we're talking about the east side. And so I will be in support of this resolution this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, Madam Chair. Food access is important, and it's important on all quadrants of the city: the east, the west, the north, and the south, okay? And we've talked about this resolution, and this resolution comes before us, and yes, it is important to support what's going on on the east side, but it's also important to support food access on the north end. We had a resolution for St. Mark's, and my colleagues voted it down. It was for food access, $50,000, just like this resolution that we're speaking of tonight. And so my stance is still the same. I will not support this resolution until St. Mark's is approved for their resolution on food access. Fair is fair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Hearing none, any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
St. Mark's has failed 4 times. And I agree that there is, you put in you have 2 resolutions for food access. Do you have the amount that is left in food access?
Not with me. I've not updated that. Wow. It is not my job to update it. I did that for our own purposes.
Okay, through you to Mr. Moore or Paul B., through you, Madam Chair, to the Finance, the CFO, do you have the amount that is left in food access from our ARPA funds?
Mr. Moore?
And so, well, we can take you both if it'll, I appreciate you both. So if you can, do you have the balance that's left in food access?
If you give me a moment, I can look it up.
You can get it to me, yeah, absolutely. Because I've been asking for that and I haven't been able to receive it.
Approximately $17,000.
$17,000?
They've spent 129,000, what's that? No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number.
Okay.
We've spent 129,000 out of the 213,000 that have been appropriated for that.
Well, I thought there was almost 600,000 left.
Well, you're talking about the food access program, or?
Food access for ARPA that was allocated.
Okay. I'm going to have to go back and do some math to do that.
I'm fine, I can come back there when you got it, or you
Okay.
want to.
Give us a couple minutes and we can add up the numbers for
That's
that.
perfect, thank you, absolutely. So, this is my second round, so it probably won't, so I'll have to go back there to find out what they researched to find the number. Food access on every side of town is important, and we need to be passing all 3. I'm not passing one without the other, because if people are hungry, they're hungry. I don't care where they live at, period. So, Judy, yours has just as much merit as St. Mark's, and we will have to pass all 4. So I don't know if you need to put them all as special affairs. St. Mark's you guys have voted it down 4 times. 4 times that you voted no for St. Mark's. And people ran out of food. They ran out of funding in November. And now everybody's running out of funding with this new administration. So, Mr. Moore, I don't know if you have it in your head, or because I'm down to no seconds, just about.
364,000.
Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round?
But then I need to know.
Go
what
ahead.
is spent out of.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So I hear my colleagues talk about equity on every single ward, but unfortunately, we don't have that. And so providing these leftover food funds to organizations that need it, this is what we were looking to do. Now, I know unlike other organizations, the organization that we're talking about on the east side, they don't have excess of grants coming into their organization. We know that they're not giving out massive size appreciation checks to clergy. And so these people are actually doing the real work. They're going inside their pockets to feed people. See, that's the difference. These people are going inside of their personal coffers to feed people on the east side. And so, in order to make it equitable, it's not about giving money to the people that you like, and it's not about withholding money that you don't from people that you don't like. It's about doing the actual work and supporting the people that are doing the actual work. And these missions on the east side, if we look at it from an equitable lens, they are underserved. And so, as we attempt to spread the money out in an equitable way, that's why these 2 missions will qualify. It's unfortunate to hear people saying from their elected seats that they're playing tit for tat. This is not that. We're just trying to do something good for the residents on the east side. And so I don't know what people may be getting for giving money to St. Mark. I don't know. I have no clue what kickbacks look like. But what we do know is that over here on the east side, that they need help.
Point of order.
You were out of order.
Point of order.
What's your order? Which point?
My point is she's not being germane and her accusing her other colleagues when she got $75,000 for her nonprofit. We're getting nothing.
That's not valid point of order. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
As well as that's not true. So
Exactly.
hopefully we can do something good for the east side. Because the north side, we have several places that have received money. But the organizations like Bethel, when we gave money to Bethel, they're not getting a whole lot of grants. They wasn't awarded multi-million-dollar grants. And I don't think the pastor of Bethel, and please feel free to let me know, I don't think that they received a multi-million-dollar appreciation check. Multi-thousand-dollar appreciation check.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does she know that St. Mark has not received that money?
Improper.
Period.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I keep getting interrupted by my colleague. But the point is, we need to make sure that we're funding the money in an equitable way. We want to make sure that we're funding organizations that do not receive funding. These two organizations are two organizations that do not receive funding, and we're putting it on the east side that suddenly refuse resources. So I definitely support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone
Madam
else?
Chair.
Go ahead.
I do want to say again, because it cannot be overstated, that this is an anchor spot for the east side. Again, we talk about the north side and how underserved it's been, and while that is absolutely true, we also have to at some point shine a light on the east side, especially when you have residents like Mr. Peachy, who comes up here every week and says, hey, we're here, we exist. We want to be treated like we exist. We want to be treated like the things that are happening in our ward matters. I think that when we talk about equal and equitable, yeah, we could say give everyone money. That would be equal, but would that be equitable? In the sense of what my colleague was saying in the second ward, that we're dealing with organizations on the east side who historically have not gotten funding from anywhere. They've come and they've talked to us about the fact that they are digging their own pockets. They are trying to sustain. They are trying to help. They've built a community over there, a community that feels ignored. And we are going into some tough economic times, as has been pointed out by my colleagues. So I just want to make sure that people who are already not even above water can at the very least feel some of that pressure removed by having food access. There were two different organizations from the east side, one who you said, the councilwoman in the 4th Ward was serving for 30 years. I couldn't remember which was which, but this is not that one. But either way, they have been really fighting to get this done. There's not a lot of access points on the east side as far as food goes. There are more access points on the north side as far as food goes, and they are actually in closer proximity to one another. And it's very difficult when we have these conversations, right? Because at no point in time do you want any side to feel like you're saying you don't deserve food, or we shouldn't feed you, or we shouldn't give to you. These are not easy decisions to make. We do not make them lightly. And what we have to do now is recognize that there is a duty to the east side to say, we recognize the fact that there are not a lot of food access points. You all have a lot of other things going on. You are often left out of conversations when we're talking about underserved and areas of the city that feel abandoned. And so again, I will be supporting this resolution because it's one of the very few things that the east side has even asked for or might potentially get from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? I'm going to take my time. So, you drove around 4th Ward. You saw what it looks like. The only money we have gotten from ARPA is demolition. And they're just now starting it. We were told we had more houses to come down in the 3rd and 4th Ward than any other wards in the city, and yet we didn't come first. 4th Ward is ignored. Fourth Ward is belittled. Been told that the Fourth Ward needs to be bulldozed by a member of this council, publicly, from this dais. A part of the city of Flint, the residents matter of the Fourth Ward. They're hungry, they need food. So I 100% support both of the organizations that I brought forward for food access, but I will, unfortunately, the East Side Mission request was denied, but I will 100% support anything for my Fourth Ward residents. And they are right on the border, the Third and the Fourth Ward, so they serve not only the Third, but the Fourth. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk. First Secretary.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jared?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no, that motion fails. Our next resolution is 250082, reallocation of ARPA funds, Sprint Freedom Schools Collaborative. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
move to council.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I believe we may have someone here from the Freedom Schools Collaborative. Oh, perfect,
go.
we do. Wonderful, welcome, welcome. If
Come
you
on
could
up.
do me a, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Through you to the speaker, to
Hand it to
the,
the secretary, please.
speakers.
She'll pass it on.
If you all could do me a really big favor, one, just introduce yourselves, and then two, tell us about the work that the Freedom School Collaborative is doing. Got about 4 minutes, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Kayla Shannon, and I currently serve as the Advancement Director as well as the Lead Program Coordinator for our CDF Freedom School Summer Program.
Hi, I am Naya Howard. I am the Operations Coordinator for Freedom Schools.
Ashney Dunning, like Ashney's, formerly Young, and they make me call myself the Executive Director, which I do not prefer.
And the Flint Freedom Schools Collaborative is a community-informed, people-centered initiative that works to engage our community in a village model to waging educational gaps locally for our youth, as well as creating supports for their families and also talent development for our local young professionals. We do 3 things. The first one is program development. We have a signature suite of 3 programs. The first is our Children's Defense Fund Freedom Schools Summer Program. The second is our Talent Development Initiative, and the third is our Family-Informed Year-Round Support. And in different ways, all of those programs work together to meet the needs of our local youth, families, and young professionals. We do literacy programming through partnerships, economic development, and those kinds of things. That is what was outlined in our ARPA proposal. Also, through educational consulting, we work with local partners who are also interested in waging gaps for youth and young professionals in the education space. And then community engagement is the third thing that we do, and that is just making sure that our work is consistently informed by the needs of our local community. And so we work to show up in community spaces. We work to hear the voices of not only those that we serve, but also those who may be just outside of our reach, so that we can best meet their needs and address those in the way that we offer supports.
Thank you very much. I'm probably gonna have to come back around in round 2, but I am familiar with the Flint Freedom Schools Collaborative and the work you've been doing in the community for how many years at this point?
We are going on 9 years currently.
9 years, right. And can you name some of the places that you've offered the Freedom School Collaborative in the past?
Yes, so we offer programming and have previously at Bethel United Methodist Church, that's on Ballinger Highway. We also offer programming at Calvary United Methodist Church, which is on Flushing Road. And then our third site is at Hope United Methodist Church, which is on Beecher. And this year we are very proud and excited to have just begun a partnership with the Flint Community School District to pilot the first ever in the city of Flint Freedom Schools Initiative summer program.
Well, congratulations on all of that. I know there are a couple other places that I know the collaborative has held that I didn't hear named, but the point is you are something that's been well established in the community. You've been able to sustain yourself all of these years. You have some, and this, what you've given us is really good, but you've managed to get 10 some other odd year contracts with organizations, 10, 15, 20-year signed agreements because of some of the work that you've been doing. And one of the things that I want us to be very mindful of as we're looking to move ahead, federally, a lot of things are changing for communities. And so we have to look at what that means for Flint. We have to look at what that means for Flint schools. We have to look at what that means for education and the impact that seemingly the Department of Education being dismantled is going to have on our students. And so to have programs like this that are, one, it's going to deal in a holistic approach, one from the academic standpoint, but then also it's going to do a lot of community building. It's going to do a lot of self-esteem building. With the times that we're going in now, it is going to be deeply important that we have programs in place that deal with the holistic impact of what's going to happen. Because now we will see families that are going to go through tough economic times. And so as a result of that, children will have different needs that will have to be met before the education can even begin, or there will have to be creative ways in which you can educate children. And so knowing the work that you do and that you have already been doing some of those things that is going to take once some of that federal stuff starts falling state and local, I'm excited to hear that you are already working with the Flint Community Schools as well, because they will need every bit of that support. That's my time in round one. I will yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So the churches you work at, Calvary, you work with Pastor Timms?
Timmons, correct.
Yep, Timmons. And you do great work over there. And the program also. I think it'll go to your ward, but it's still kind of mine. So
we don't discriminate.
Yeah, you're right. And I've held many meetings at your church because Pastor Timmons is very involved. This is a great program. A lot of things, I'm glad that as my colleagues have separated everything, I've been to your program, and there's a lot going on there. There's a lot. So I'm not going to waste we have a full agenda. I am in support of this. And thank you for coming in and being prepared to speak so very well. I love to see young people involved and engaged, and this is what it's about. I will be supporting this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to the three of you who are here to represent your program. I don't have questions for you. I have question for whomever with the administration is sort of the point of contact or touch person for this and some of these other ARPA programs. So
who back there can address this? Seamus, thank you.
Thank you. You all don't go far. Someone else may have some questions for you.
You stay right here.
Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening.
I'm really wanting to hear from you and have some conversation about I'm not concerned about this particular program because they already came with stuff on what they've done and have accomplished. What I want to understand is what expectations should we be able to have as to results from ARPA funding that we have awarded and follow up as to what the outcomes were.
Right.
So like last year, all the programming we did there.
Yeah.
When can we expect to receive?
I'm glad you asked that question because
Well,
we
go
have...
ahead with it.
No. Great. I'll applaud you too. We have reached out to all the recipients in the last, I want to say 4 weeks, of those that have received funding to find out if how they're spending the money, to see where they're at on the stages of where they were supposed to spend the money. What we have done, we are doing, I'm sorry, it's not complete. I don't want to make sure it doesn't sound like it's complete. We sent out a letter to all the recipients in the city. We are reading the information that they're giving back to us. Anything that is concerning, we're red flagging. Anything that is potentially concerning, we're orange flagging. And anything that is not a concern where they're spending in the timely manner, it's green flag. On the ones that are a red flag, the next step is when we go through the process is to call them in, to have a conversation with them, to see, first of all, how we can help them move forward towards the goals that they're supposed to meet. With the orange flags, a similar situation. There'll be our next step of call to make sure that they're staying in the process. How can we assist them? How can we move this forward? And then the green ones, we're just going to be doing more regular communication to make sure that they're still on track. That's what we're doing.
So when we awarded the funds,
and I would preface saying I wasn't involved in a lot of these. This has been handed to me since Emily left, so I am catching up a lot of this. We do have staff dedicated that if you wanted to speak to them directly, we can make sure that we can have a conversation with them. But I'll answer as best I can.
No. And I'm not as concerned about Councilman Jarrett speaking to someone directly. I'm interested in, one, what do we have systematically in place that says this is our requirement to you recipient as to reporting.
We have the federal...
Hold on.
Sorry, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is our requirement as to reporting, and this is the timeline for expending funds, reporting back in that. I'm interested in that. What do we have in place
I can answer. Everyone was given that information initially in the contract stage, right? We have the federal guidelines, which means that by the end of December 31st, 2026, all the money needs to be spent. Everyone knows that mandate.
So is that everyone's deadline?
That's the deadline we've given everyone, yes.
So people that got money a year and a half ago, they don't have to spend it until the 26th?
That's the federal guidelines. That's not our deadline. That's the
what
federal
I'm saying
requirement,
is we
sir.
didn't establish guidelines.
We're going by what it's ARPA funding from the federal government. We have to go by their guidelines.
I understand that, but we can set in place to say, if we give you money today, we expect for you to spend it in 30 days, for example. And we can.
That's a legal question because I'm arguing that might supersede the federal guidelines. I don't know, is my answer to that question.
Okay.
But to your point, within the federal guidelines, we're following those, and we've red, orange, and green flags.
So with that, what can we expect as information on those reports? When will we get those?
All right. Anyone else? I believe this is the second round. First, appreciate it. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Ellerman.
I'm familiar with you guys' work as well. I just want to say congratulations on your new contract and continue to do the great work. 9 years, that's longevity. And so I definitely will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So let me preface this. I'm sure you guys do great work. I was at the Board of Education meeting and seen all you guys and your presentation to them. And I applaud you for your contract and the program that you're working with them. I say that because I'm gonna let you down a little bit. To me, the city and the city government shouldn't, and to my knowledge, this might be the first time that we're trying to contribute to education programs. Like to me, the city is responsible for a vast array of things, and then the Flint Community Schools is responsible for the education of our youth. So we can't wear every hat. So to me, this is, I'm sure, a great program, but the ARPA dollars were sent to help our community in the poverty, the housing, the vast array of things that the city is going through. We are not in the business of education. That's the Flint Community Schools. And the Flint Community Schools got, I believe, over $100 million in ESSER funds. So this should be in their wheelhouse, not ours. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going to vote no on this. The other reason is, according to your corporation on the Michigan database, the treasurer for your group is using the City Hall address. So to me, there's a potential conflict with an employee of the City Hall who may be involved with this that we're not aware of. So it is the name of Makisha Loring is using the City Hall address. To me, that is a conflict, and that's the second reason why I can't support this tonight. So thank you. I applaud all your work that you're doing in the community. Keep it up. I don't know if I'm sure you're gonna have the votes tonight, but unfortunately, I won't be able to support it. Thank you, though.
You haven't let me down. Thank you for your comments.
And is it decent to ask, since we're still in your time and you're done, may I respond? Oh, thank you so much. One, I appreciate that, and I appreciate all that you do. I think that something that's important to understand about the Flint Freedom Schools Collaborative is our priorities aren't just education. We prioritize economic development as well as educational development, right? And so our model allows us to prepare dynamic talent and community. We reinvest a large percentage of our amounts right back into community. We hire local vendors. And the question that's been asked about data, I don't know what all the other proposals will provide you with, but we will provide you with very detailed data that's able to evidence the impact we're having in community. Example, over the last 2 months, we've had 2 families here in the city of Flint who are experiencing housing instability to reach out to us for support. We were able to coordinate volunteers, board members, and team members. One family in particular I'll talk about, we carried furniture, a queen-size bed, all types of things up to their home with minimal barriers, and we collected the data. This home was bare. They had been displaced. She had a 5-year-old daughter. We walked into that house and her daughter showed us her trucks. We have minimized barriers that the Genesee County Continuum of Care is also working to navigate. We're providing emergency support to families decently with funding that we've received. And so I think that's something that's important to know about us is we are a people-oriented community initiative. There are 3 things that we do: program development, community engagement, and educational consulting. And unlike where you typically would place the program provider nonprofits, we are like the Wakanda of community, if you will. We have our interest in a few different spaces in the hopes that we will be able to curate dynamic opportunities for residents here, right here in Genesee County. One of our team members just left to go to a Flint and Genesee Young Professionals events, right? Because we are working to catalyze and prepare the next evolution of talent. And we're systems experts, which means if you all have ever any interest for reviewing data, reviewing contracts, reviewing grants, we can support with that as well. Please consider that, Councilman, when you vote.
Thank you. Any other in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I have a
Ms. Winfrey
question, and it was something that Councilman Pfeiffer said about the person who's using the city address. Madam Chair, through you to the young lady, can you please speak on that?
I can. So I was like, the city address. Oh. But yes, we do have a person who is employed by the city of Flint who sits on our board. Her name is Makisha Loring. She is not participating in our board through her capacity as a employee of the city of Flint. But I think what you've identified as we are navigating through, we've existed for 9 years, we're maybe in our 3rd year, is a nonprofit. And one thing that our board is currently working on with the lawyer that sits on our board and our policy committee is just how we operate decently and what types of information needs to be on paper, especially in a space like this where you all do not know us. So no funny things. There is an individual who is employed here who sits on our board. And the person who fills out our paperwork, our operations director, Ryan Boyteen, he literally was just looking for addresses that we could associate with the people who serve on our board. So if that is a concern, I will make a phone call. We don't want to look indecent. I can make a phone call when I leave here and we will update our paperwork so that my Keisha Loring is reflected as an individual on our board and not as a member of the city of Flint. But one thing I will say is, like, I'm from here, I'm from the north side of Flint. My mom was a teenage mom. I learned to ride my bike in a Northwestern parking lot. And we are committed long-term till the day I die to serving and building capacity in the city of Flint. I don't have to move funny because we really do dynamic work in a way that very few organizations in this community do. So what we would welcome ourselves to is any feedback. If there's anything on paper that maybe does not look right, I'm an open book. You've told me something that maybe gave you pause, right? We will fix it if that is a thing. And I mean, for now, that's what I got. But we were surprised for you to say that. But it was really us just wanting to submit our paperwork and identifying the best addresses to you. So she is not participating in her capacity as a city employee. Our operations director was simply wanting to make sure that we did have some type of address for each of our team members. And that was the easiest address to use because we knew that she worked here. And had we known that we would get here and it could look a little funny, as it clearly does, right? We would not have done it that way. Have I answered your question, Councilwoman Winfrey Carver?
You have. And
Thank
you. I'll reserve the rest of my comments until round 2. Is
No,
it?
no, it's not.
No,
Round
it's
one.
round.
It's round 1.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So I'm looking at what you all do, and I am highly impressed because I also witnessed it. I went to one of your events in my capacity as a council person, and I understand that you all serve a lot of residents in the city, especially coming from the north side. You know, everything that you named is something that we need, and we can't delay this kind of service, you know. And, you know, when we speak about not overlapping with the Board of Education, we need all boots on the ground when it comes down to securing the future of our babies. So I am with the city of Flint doing all things necessary because we're in the people business, and our residents are our most prized possessions. So however we can pour into them, however we can help them with economic development, however we can help with youth and family enrichment, however we can help with talent and workforce, and also community solutions, I don't want to stand in the way because we need this. Now, in terms of Ms. Loring's address, you know, I understand a lot of people, they don't want on public paperwork their home address, because I had people bring people to my house or with my home address. So we want to make sure, people want to make sure that they're staying safe. I totally get that. But however, what I won't do, I won't let that be a barrier. I appreciate the fact that Ms. Loring, you know, as her capacity as an individual, that she's engaged in organizations like this, because it shows that not only is she fulfilling her capacity in the city, with the city, but she's also giving back in the community and doing great things with a great group. So the north side, we can't afford to sleep on something this good, because we have individuals that can't read. I'm talking about young people. We're failing tests, you know, standardized tests. We need every single method of support that you all are offering. And so I'm not going to be petty, because again, people's lives are depending on passing programs like this, which would change the trajectory of people's lives. You know, you all are just more than just the Freedom School. I mean, you guys are looked upon as individuals, aunties. You understand what I'm saying? You guys are the only positive example that people see. And I'm not going to take that away, because I understand. I see people daily. I live in front of a park, and I see people that could utilize this service. I see people that I want to send your way, but I can't send them your way if I'm playing with your money. And so you deserve every single penny. I mean, unfortunately, too bad that you couldn't get more. because we need, again, and I can't overemphasize this, we need this kind of year-round support for our scholars and their families. We're struggling on the north side, we're struggling throughout Flint, but I represent the north side. We have a slightly different need than the other wards, and we see the need for what you're doing. So I highly appreciate what you're doing. I definitely support what you're doing. Keep up the great work, and hopefully my colleagues can see through the small things that can be fixed with a phone call, and we can pass this money so you all can get to spend it, because your time is limited. You only have until December 2026 to get it done. And so, hearing that we have colleagues that want evaluations and stuff done, let's not wait another week. Let's get this money in motion. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else before I take my time? Okay, I'll take my time. I remember when we did our community conversations and we went to Calvary and the school was discussed, and the comments, the positive comments that we heard from the residents who attended that community meeting was a testament to you. I'm a member of Calvary, so thank God that it's not part of Calvary, so I can vote on it. But I want you to consider taking that, seeing how your other three, you've got 3 schools, right? All at Methodist churches.
We have 4 starting this summer. 3 are at Methodist churches, correct?
Okay, and where's the 4th one at?
So it's at a Flint Community School
Oh,
site?
that's right, Flint
Yes, ma'am.
Community Schools. Well, don't forget the east side. There's the big Asbury Methodist Church right there.
Sorry.
Of course, they're very active, but even though they're not in the 4th ward, they do serve the 4th ward a lot. They're not too far away. They're just a couple blocks outside of the ward. So I am thrilled to be able to vote for this program because of the good work that you do and the words that I have heard about your organization and the work that you've done. Thank you. Anybody in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You do need to have that in order. So if someone, I'm going to vote, but you need to change that first. So it may have to go back to committee. Because, I'm sorry, that's the business of it. Or we can send it to Special Affairs on Monday, okay? Which means Monday it'll go there. It'll be in Councilwoman Mushat. She chairs that. Your paper, we have a responsibility for it to be in order. So Mike Keisha does great work here. And where you're located, and you're on the northwest, more west than north, actually, side of town. You're right at the edge of Mott Park. And so if you can change that, because it doesn't need to reflect a City of Flint address, and if she's helping you with funding, and
No.
because let me finish.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
She works for the city, your funding's coming from the city. You need to remove her from that board right now, because you're asked, that's a conflict for me.
Okay.
It's a conflict. Okay? She works in the navigation, and I like her, she's a good person. But to make sure you get those votes, that's just having things in order, okay? And so Councilman Pfeiffer made a very valid point. And that's why when we're up here, I don't shoot shots. That's not my thing. I just want to make sure we trying to get you what you need.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
when that's in order, we can send it to Special Affairs. So I will make a motion. You going to talk? Okay. See, this, look, it's a sidebar. Seamus, did you need to?
Oh.
Okay.
Are we good? Or?
I was just looking at the timeline when the application came in and when Makeisha's been on the board and make sure, just see.
Wasn't the
Okay.
treasurer when the application came in, but
So if and so I'll let you work with Seamus to get that. We'll put it on Special Affairs for Monday, and then I'm gonna let Councilwoman Mushat, I'm gonna yield the floor.
Okay.
But I just wanna make sure having your paperwork is in order, okay? And so that we're doing the way that it's supposed to be done, okay? Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Candace, Liddell wants the floor. Do you want to go first or second?
I can go after her.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, I just want to check, 'cause I heard a council lady say that it is a conflict of interest by her working for the city.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I said it's a conflict of interest for me.
Okay, so I just want to know, is it one for real? So,
You gonna get them a no,
so-
keep it up.
oh, hold on, wait a minute. So I'm going to get them a
Don't be out of
no.
order. Let her complete her point. Go ahead.
She need to keep her mouth.
Okay, so, again, this is not about me. This is
talking
about
to
the
you. I'm
youth.
talking to Candace.
I'm still speaking on my time. This is about the Flint Freedom Schools Collaborative. This is not about Liddell Lewis. To make sure that we're operating above board, I'm referring to our city attorney to see what's going on. That's what I'm doing. So I'm so sorry that you all have heard that someone said that I'm going to get you all to know. I'm not the youth. So it's not fair for anyone to try to put that on me, not serving the youth. So through you, Madam Chair, to the attorney, is the fact that Mykesha is employed as a City of Flint employee, does that make it a conflict of interest?
Councilwoman, that's a question I will have to get in writing from you to research that issue. That's not something I'm prepared to answer yay or nay at this point.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay,
So if
thank
you
you.
can send me that question in writing, we'll have, hopefully, we'll have that answer for you on Monday at council.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to be clear because I want to go by the law. And if it is a conflict legally, then, you know, I would encourage you to take her off the board or whatever, but we want to make sure that we're operating above board. I don't want to put my personal feelings on what you should do. I want to make sure that we're operating by the law so we can move on and do some great things for the youth. So would you like to say something?
I would.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to offer, first of all, I thank you. I thank you for that because we do want to make sure that we're closing any gaps. I want to offer that we applied for this grant maybe just over 2 years ago. I want to offer that this is maybe the third, fourth, fifth time that we have come to a meeting in hopes of having this resolved. And I want to offer that the last time we came, there was no one here to receive us, and that left confusion for me. And so I just want to say, I do understand that there are things that need to be in order, but I also think that there can be grace. You know, I would hope that there would be grace and consideration that it's been over 2 years and we never heard anything from anyone until now. The last thing I would offer, I appreciate all of your consideration, and we would like to have these funds, and we are doing great work that spans beyond education, and also for $40,000, the way that I stand with my village, I would not be able to remove a valuable board member from my organization. And so,
Pause.
oh, yes, ma'am.
There's
Right,
someone
'cause
talking over here.
go
I'm
ahead,
having
go
trouble
ahead.
hearing. So I want my colleagues to please be respectful of people at the podium speaking, as well as our colleagues. Go ahead.
Madam
Oh,
Chair.
that was your time.
Madam Chair.
Can you give her another 5 seconds? If that'll be
Madam
okay.
Chair, I would like to give her at least another 15 seconds so I can hear the last part of what you said, please, if that's possible.
Okay, that's fine. Without objection, I'll give it, we'll go up to 30, just so that we have plenty of time there. Okay. You don't have to use it all.
But I will try to be succinct. Anywho, so I just want to offer, in consideration of just like the hardship, the sometimes what could be perceived lack of consideration, the multiple times that we have come to this space and not be reviewed. I know it doesn't sound like much to bump this proposal back to the board, but that's a significant burden, especially for something, you know, this language on a paper. I think it's important. I don't know if it could be like conditional, so I'm not saying the language is not important, Councilwoman. I'm saying if you, I would not disrespect you in that way. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Well,
So
Ms. Rashad.
I do want to say this, right? What we often find, especially in my generation in this community, is a lot of us are active. We're active in a lot of things. We see hope in a lot of things. And so from time to time, we will end up on boards, or we'll be a part of organizations, and then we go on and we get into our careers. And even though we're doing this community work, part of us ending up in our careers, those two often meld, which makes us perfect for our careers and the community. And so what I want us to be very mindful of, and I don't think anyone is saying anything differently, is we're commending Mykesha for her being active in the community. I actually would love for Mykesha to stay on your board, for the simple fact that she is an asset to our community. I know she would be an asset to the work that you're doing here. For me, the only conflict is just change your address. That's it. And I get why, because you get asked to be on boards when you're young and active in this community because there's only so much talent, right? And so I understand that part. I understand not wanting to put your address. I mean, get her a P.O. box, something just to make sure that that is on the up and up. I think that everyone is in agreement that this is an amazing program. I do want to just clarify one thing. The last time that you were here, I was here. We didn't have a quorum, but I was here. A couple of my colleagues were here as well. And so, because we've tried to honor every time that you've been here, tried to get to you, and we're happy that we were able to hear from you today. I think what has to happen, and we were cut off by the chair, but we were just kind of discussing how we get this done on Monday, of what everyone needs to see in order for this to be okay. And what Councilwoman Burns was saying, and I don't know if Seamus has found the timing of when you've applied for the grant and when Mykesha was actually added to your board. Do we have that? You don't have to walk up here if you can yell it out. You don't have that yet? Okay, so those are just two things that we're looking for. So for me, her being on the board, it's completely fine, because I understand when you're in those board positions, you all are doing the work. She's not necessarily handling the money part. None of that has anything to do with her. She has no sway over any votes up here. And so I'm fine with that. Just change her address. I think when Seamus tells us about the overlap, we should be good. I think my colleague in the second ward might still want that opinion. That is completely up to her. What I will do is I will go ahead and make a motion to put it in my committee, just so that we can make sure that overlap is good and just get that address changed. And then we should be fine from there on Monday. Even if you want to email us proof that you've changed the address, if you all are too busy to come Monday, because like you said, this is your 5th attempt to do this. So if you could just send the proof, you can send it to the clerk or send it to one council person. We'll make sure we get it all out. However we need to get out that proof that you've had her change that address. I make a motion to move this to special affairs.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by, I heard the Councilwoman in the 6th ward, to move to special affairs. It was multiple second supports, but I'm going to recognize the 6th ward. Roll call vote, please, to send to special affairs.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That will go to special affairs on Monday. Our next resolution is 250085, reallocation of ARPA funds, Youth Arts Unlocked. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move that we send that to council.
Motion on the floor by Councilwoman in the 2nd ward to move to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. What? Did I miss one?
You missed a couple.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you missed
I
250083.
Yeah, I'm sitting there, and as I'm filling in my worksheet, I see it too. So, Dr. Lewis, if you don't mind, we'll take, if you would withdraw your motion at this point?
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you very much. All right, so the next one is 250083. I'll entertain a motion for that.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to move that to council.
There's a motion on the floor to move it to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilman in the first ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, last time I checked, the Flint Institute of Music had 35 million in assets. I don't see, I'm sure that this is a great program, but our community would be better served with $44,000 going towards burnouts in the fourth ward versus this program. So I will be voting no on this because I think there's a better use of money that we could put these dollars to. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you, did we just give, was it $160,000 to the Flint Institute of Music last year?
I don't know how much it was. Whoa. I'd have to look it up and I don't have it in.
Okay. So, one thing, yeah, we did, and as we're in budget hearings, our budget, we have, let's see, we take in 64, we spend in 68, and we're gonna have to cut some stuff at some place. But this is my concern for this one, because I knew we gave money because I support the arts. But if you keep coming back, I mean, come on. And we got some funding that is really changing. So there was a millage that provides an estimated $1.8 million per year to the Flint Institute of Music, Flint Institute of Arts, Flint Institute of Music, Sloan, Longway, and the Whiting, and Burston. I was reading it. Yep, let me finish, because you just want to stop, let me finish. Again, so the Flint Institute of Music, Sloan Longway, and the Whiting, Friends of Burston, and the New McCree each receives $412,246.63 per year. So that's quite a bit amount with that millage. So at this point, because we are in budget hearings, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead.
I'm in agreement with my colleagues. We did just give them a nice chunk of money a few months back or last year sometime. I remember them coming up here requesting those dollars, and they do get additional dollars. I think these extra dollars potentially could be used to maybe support the group that was just up here enhancing that 50 or something to support the great work that they're doing. So I will not be supporting this as well. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? I'm going to take my time. I don't support this either. The Flint Institute of Music, as a musician myself, I see it's called, the program is Hocus Pocus, and it's dealing with magic. I don't feel that, although I could see, are you speaking on it? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, come up. Go ahead.
All right, so the program is called Hocus Focus. It is a magic-based program, but it is for special education. And so Dr. Kevin Spencer is a PhD in special education, and what he has done for the last 12 years with the Flint Institute of Music is gone into schools throughout Flint and Genesee County and worked with special needs students. We've been able to track the progress and the change that has happened in the students that he has worked with. And so this would allow us to expand his work by adding Hocus Focus Analytics, which is a way of measuring growth in special needs students.
Thank you very much. We'll have opportunity in the second round to ask questions. Does anyone want to ask any questions for this in the second round?
I do.
Go ahead. This is the second round.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for the information. Mm-hmm. So how many children are you seeing that special needs that it's helping?
a number of children that he has served.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't have an exact number off the top of my head, but he has been in 12 different schools in Genesee County just this year, and he'll be back in April and visiting once again. And we also have him working with students who have experienced, or young adults who have experienced, young students who have experienced trauma. He works with them in that regard as well. So
how many children, how many of the schools are in Flint? And which schools do they go to?
he's been at MCIC, Durant-Torrey-Mott. We have him working with schools throughout Genesee County, and also working in the city of Flint we're starting to have him work with educators at Mott Community College, and with folks who are involved in therapy, offer therapy services, who are preparing to go into therapeutic services. So he's hoping to expand the impact of the work that he does, which is really, really dramatic for autistic children and children with other educational disabilities.
Have you applied for funds with Flint Public Schools?
Not to my knowledge, but I can't speak on that.
Because you're visiting their schools.
We are visiting Flint schools. We're also visiting other schools in Genesee County as well.
Yeah, and so our funding is for Flint specifically, and with visiting Genesee County, how would we make sure that, and I don't even think you would be able to, that it's just specifically used for Flint when you're saying he visits Genesee County?
This program in particular is to expand the analytic tool that we could potentially use to show growth. There are often not standard tools available where students with severe cognitive disabilities or autism are able to show growth, not just academically, but in other ways to make them more ready to enter society. And so,
did you apply for this before the ARPA deadline?
Yes, they were approved by the committee.
They were approved by the committee?
I just looked it up.
But listening to you, that you serve other schools, that is an issue. I mean, the county, because the ARPA funds are specifically for Flint.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So the ARPA funds, we are working to expand our reach with Flint schools, and we have been in Flint elementary schools.
That's my time. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead. Second round.
All right, yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so understanding that it's a new day in the city of Flint, meaning that a big percentage of our students, they don't attend Flint schools. A lot of them attend out-county schools. We have Flint students that go to Goodrich, Flint students that's all over Genesee County. So I definitely appreciate the fact that you have a broad reach and that you have a program that's able to grab those students, especially, you know, having students with special needs. Their population is very important. And again, you know, this category was set aside for, is it youth wellness? I want to be correct. Is it youth wellness?
Yes.
All right, yeah. So this is part of help keeping our youth well. You know, I understand, you know, my colleague's sentiment, you know, when she's talking about serving Flint exclusively, the residents of the city of Flint. You know, but we have to make sure that we know that we stay on that square because, you know, organization that she support other people outside of Flint. So we just want to make sure that we keep it consistent. I am totally for this money going throughout the county, hitting this mark, which are the students. And so about this program, so how long does it last? Because we only have until December 2026 to spend the funds.
Right. I mean, this program has been ongoing for the last 12 years, and so this would be, we have 2 more visits. What is it, to December 2026? Okay, so we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more times that he comes for 2 weeks at a stretch and works. He works in small groups with special needs classrooms. I want to also add that he works at Elmer Knopf that he's been working with students there and with their staff there as well. And so those are students that have significant needs, and so they come from all over Genesee County. He works at Carmen Ainsworth in the special needs elementary classrooms there as well. And so it's one-on-one. He teaches them, I know it sounds, you almost have to see it. He teaches them these magic tricks, and they're using their skills, they're using their fine motor skills, they're experiencing success, they're supporting one another. It's really quite, I don't want to sound ridiculous, but it's really quite magical what he does with those students. And the staff members who've witnessed it are just only beg for him to come back. And so what we'd like to do is be able to more efficiently measure the true growth that can be seen in these individual students, not just anecdotally, but be able to actually assign numbers to, like, this, if he comes back to the same classroom year after year, this is the growth that we can see in these individual students.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? I'm going to take some time then. So I was confused with your program. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So anyways, this money is designed to create the metrics for evaluating the program. And is that correct? Is that my understanding?
Close. The metrics exist. Dr. Spencer has created the system of evaluation. He also has a more comprehensive curriculum that can be given to teachers so that they can implement the work that he does even when he is not there. So what we're hoping to do is make a further investment in the work that he does to be able to use these systems and implement them, train teachers how to use Hocus Focus analytics and these curricula as well.
How will you be able to track the money being used to Flint residents? It doesn't need to be Flint schools.
Right.
We also have people in Flint schools who don't live inside the city.
I think that we're able to find information about zip codes when it comes to the students.
But zip codes don't reflect that it's City of Flint.
The City of Flint.
48506 includes Burton and Genesee.
Okay, so will you ask your question again, please?
How are you going to be able to track how the money is being spent for the residents in the city? That's the big thing.
I guess I would have to look into that.
That's my concern.
Right, and so I think that if this money has to be specifically spent in the city of Flint, perhaps we've already implemented on a small scale Hocus Focus analytics at MCIC. What is MCIC? Marion Krause Instructional Center.
Okay.
And that is in the city of Flint. And we also, Durant Torrey-Mott is one of our main places where we send him. He doesn't just work with the special needs kids there too, actually. He goes into classrooms as well. But being able to, I cannot answer your question in complete.
And that's
complete
that's
knowledge.
one, I'm going to say
understand.
this. It's been so long since we reviewed this program.
Yes.
But I am concerned about being able to track that and that funding not being able to be fully utilized. But if it's not fully utilized, you don't get it. You know, if you spend it, you just will not be reimbursed because the city will require that data in order to be reimbursed, and it is a reimbursable contract.
Understood.
So
Madam
I
Chair.
have seen where special needs students react to music, where they don't react to other things. And so for that, I'm
Madam
very
Chair.
happy. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to leave this in finance until some more questions are answered.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to leave in finance by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to leave this to finance to our next meeting. This is the vote.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
No.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That will be on our next agenda. The next resolution is 250084, reallocation of ARPA funds, Flint affiliation. What is the pleasure of the body? Go ahead.
I would like to move this resolution to council.
Is there support? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the second ward, supported by the councilman in the in the first ward to send to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
the AAU, are you here? Good evening.
Good
Can
evening.
Can you tell me your name? And I know the other one is
My name is
Aaron Neely next to you?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Lester Liston, Liston.
Can you tell us about your program?
Our program is a basketball program where we coach and mentor young men in the Flint community. Flint affiliation was founded by a former educator and what's the word I'm looking for? Administrator of Mr. David Munnerlin.
So he is the founder and the director. It was on the website, he is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I couldn't get him to get here. He's just at the age now where he's not getting around like that. So the program has been passed to me. The program has been in place for 33 years in the city of Flint. I've been here 24 of those 33 years. It's been an honor to work for the kids in the community. The misconception may be that we're just playing basketball. Well, that's not even close to the truth. We spend more time teaching these kids life skills, good character, and just overall how to behave, you know, how to have a love for education, and respect for each other and for themselves, for their peers, for adults and everything. So it's a lot of work. We use basketball as the draw. You got to have a way to get the kids to come. It's not about winning games like people may think. It's not about that. But for 33 years, we've done a great job in the Flint community.
Where do they play basketball at?
We play basketball in a variety of places, mostly in Michigan. We try to get the kids. We go to maybe the Detroit area, Oakland County. We play like this weekend. We're playing right here in Flint with a program.
Where are they housed out at? It says on here Haskell. I think on your website it says Haskell.
Yes, ma'am. Haskell, originally that was it still is one of our practice locations that we're housed out of, but we also out of Northwestern High School.
Oh, so you're using N-Dubs?
Yes, ma'am.
Gym?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because we know them should have been on Wildcat.
Well,
Okay.
you know.
Let's talk about the Wildcats.
So how many students or children or youth do you are in this program?
We're probably right somewhere around 80 kids.
And how long does your program work? How many months out the year is this program available?
This program runs year-round. We don't take no downs off. Yes, ma'am.
Where do you get other funding from?
We run a tournament for our program. When I first came originally, it was held in the city of Flint. We kind of got pushed out because we couldn't get, at that time, the Flint community schools to cooperate with the gym space and stuff. So we have a tournament every year. Right now it's being held at Legacy, but that's in Brighton. But we're in the process now of getting that tournament.
In Brighton?
Yes, ma'am. But right now we're in the process of getting that tournament back in the city of Flint where it belongs, where it was when I first joined the program. Because I think now we're in a better position to get more cooperation with the school district and the gyms and things like that.
So are you working with Flint Public Schools now? Or you're seeking a relationship to work with them?
Yeah, we have a good relationship with the Flint Public Schools. That's how we're able to practice at Northwestern.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many of those 80 children, are they all Flint students or Flint residents?
Probably, I'd say 98% of them. Yes, ma'am.
And those are, of those 80, those are 80 that I would say are committed to our team. Now, as far as kids who come, participate, and are not a part of the team, because we do have open gyms, we do have open workouts where we allow other children to come in or just get a workout. If you bring in your friend, you know what I mean? We do have
What's
a structure.
the ages? My time winding down.
We go from ages 8 to 17.
8 to 17.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Neely, but you know that clock that cut you off. All right. I yield to my colleagues. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Was that you, Mr. Jarrett? Okay.
Through you to the gentleman, the question was asked about other funding, and you made mention of the tournament. Is the tournament the primary source of funding to sustain the program?
Yes, sir. We did where did we get that grant from last year? From
The
Recast?
Recast. So we have a grant currently in with Recast. We submitted a grant to the Community Foundation. And when he says the tournament being our largest source, that's the biggest lump sum of money that we get at once. I think that we got $20,000 for our tournament last year.
No, that's incorrect. This is the problem. We're trying to get the tournament back in Flint because they're just robbing us down there. Our tournament itself generated like $56,000. They gave us 10.
Okay.
So that's our primary source of income that we've had over the years. Yes.
And I'm glad, Mr. Neely, that you shared that there's open gym and open workout, because in reading the proposal, I came in under the impression this is a traveling team or a couple of traveling teams maybe, and I was concerned about how many youth can actually be served when you have traveling team. So you say how often do you all touch, how often is open gym? How often is practice? How often is open workout?
Every day.
So
Monday through Friday.
So Monday through Friday at Northwestern from what time to what time?
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
And we play our games on weekends, so we have our kids daily.
Okay. And when Flint schools, they still hold that property at Northwestern?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are they, in your partnership, are they charging you for usage, or is that an in-kind partnership donation that they give you the space, access to the space?
Yes, sir. They don't charge us to use the gym itself, but they also don't, like, we have the responsibility to maintain the facility, but they don't charge us to use it.
Yeah, you all clean up after yourselves and lock up, and well, maybe not lock up, but you have to make sure there's maintenance at a level.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you don't pay the schools, Flint schools, to have access.
Sir.
Okay.
So that is an in-kind donation, as you were asking.
In-kind donation.
Yeah. But in return, we do things like maintenance the floor, which did cost us, I'm not sure what X amount of dollars, but
$800 we just paid to have the floor done because it was slippery.
So I believe $40,000 here that we will be providing, what is that going to actually cover and for how long?
The grant money will cover a variety of things. As I said earlier, we don't just focus on basketball. Education is very important, tutoring for the kids. We have a lot of students that,
Is it that you have to pay tutors to come in?
well, we partnership up with a tutoring program so we can provide tutoring hours for the children. Nutrition and fitness, we got kids eating,
So you all provide some meals?
When feasible. I've purchased a lot of fruits and vegetables from Steady Eddie's, and at one point he was matching me what I spent, and I was providing that at practice. It wasn't consistently feasible, seeing that we have it every day, but it was an idea that we were able to start, and a light bulb that we were able to get to our children, that they need to be eating more nutrition in order to match and go along with the athletic piece.
Okay. About how long do you expect the $40,000 to last?
Our operational cost is anywhere between $50,000 to $70,000 for our entire program a year.
Per year. And of the 80 students, how many do you see daily on average?
Thank you. Yep, without objection, you can answer that question. Or, you know what? Go ahead. All right, so it's
40 to 50.
It sounds like a great program. I guess I'm struggling with a question that my colleague asked about what will this money actually be spent on? Because it seems like you've never got more than $50,000 in a year, so this is a big chunk of change for you guys. And I understand if you're normally getting $10,000 from your biggest program of the year, the tournament, this would be a big chunk of change. So can you expand on what these dollars will actually be used for?
So our program operates completely off of volunteers. That's the difference between our program, which is the longest standing AAU program in the city, and any other programs. We lost kids who are charged. We lost kids to programs that are charging kids $1,000 to play. We don't have a membership fee. We don't get paid as coaches. None of our coaches. We spend a lot of money weekly, whether it be hotel fees, transporting kids, gas, buying new equipment. For children who can't afford their own jersey, we pitch in. Anywhere our parents aren't able to, we close the gap. That's been a thing since I was a child with Flint affiliation. This program's been operating for 33 years. I'm 32.
So if this money is able to bring your tournament back to Flint, that's going to be another influx of money, right?
Yes, sir.
So this could be the biggest year you guys potentially have had, right? No?
If we're able to bring back our tournament to the city, but we need funding in order to do things like that.
No, I get that. So
Yes, sir.
if your funding that you normally get is 50 to 75, I think this is what you said, for what it costs for the course of the year for your program to operate, and now a $47,000 influx and an influx from the tournament, where are you going to spend all this money on?
Well, the program funds need to be spent by 2026, December 2026.
Yep.
So that allows us to allocate funding for the rest of this year and funding to hold us over for next year. At the most, like I said, our projected funding is anywhere between $50,000 to $70,000 of what we spend as a program whole. We have everything from 2nd to 12th grade. So we are hoping that our program can be back where it was. We have 80 kids right now, but we've had an influx as many as 150 to 200 kids at once. We're hoping to be able to pay our coaches or give our coaches something, because everyone can't afford to volunteer coach. Once we get more coaches, we'll definitely have more kids, and that's going to account for more fees that we'll need. It might, and if that number doubles, imagining we may need double the funding or somewhere in that vicinity.
So my last question, then I'll yield. So you mentioned you spend money on gas and hotels. How many people are you taking with you from the Flint area to these different locations to play? I'm guessing you're playing other teams in that area?
That's correct.
So how many people are you taking at any given time to say to a tournament, you know, anywhere where you would incur those
Ideally,
hotels?
we're a family, so we try to travel together when it is appropriate. Meaning the tournaments are. If the
You're
high
not taking
school-
all 80.
Ideally, if we can, so to maybe a legacy tournament, if we get all of our teams, for example, for our tournament, all of our teams will be there. So every kid that participates in our program will be in that tournament. So if not this week, if we're not, 6th through 12th grade might be here this week, but that means that our 2nd through 6th grade is somewhere else. But we're all competing, so we're all incurring those fees to feed, transport, if we have to stay for a two-day tournament, hotel fees. Yeah, it's been times where we absolutely have had to do it for not just a tournament, but for a season for a kid who
Thank you.
just didn't have it.
Any other person in the
Madam
first?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think what he's trying to get at is, so you have 80 people right now, and we're just going to just make it easy. So half of them are 2nd through 6th grade, the rest are 6th grade and up. And so at any given point in time, you have 80 people you're trying to move through some type of tournament, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the answer to his question is 80 people at any given time. And that's just the students, or we're just going to say 80 as a whole, meaning your students, your coaches, yourselves as well. Having to move through your tournament spaces, meaning you have to get transportation for that many people to go. And then if it is somewhere where you have to do it overnight, you also have to get hotels for that many people to go as well. So at any given point in time, you're moving upwards of 80 people.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
What round are you in the first?
We're in the first round. Anyone else in the first round? Second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
who's on your board?
Give me 1 second, I'll pull up our board.
So I know when you're doing good work, sometimes you need someone to kind of run the program, but you're with the kids, and that's a lot. 80 kids, and you're dealing with kids who may have different needs, ADHD, ADD, you may have fetal alcohol syndrome, lead poisoning from the kids, which is in their bodies. So you maybe are dealing with a lot. I know you, Aaron, you in everything.
It's a holistic approach.
So who's on your board? Did you find it?
So our founder, David Munnerly,
Got that.
our acting director, Mr. Liston, Coach Edgar Carter, grant writer myself, Shanae Williams, grant writer board, Charlie Harris, Jakari Liston, Emery Pope, who was with PAL, and Kalia Mitchell.
Okay,
Those are acting board members.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else in the second round? Last call. Okay, this is the vote to send resolution 250084 to council.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
That is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. That goes to council on Monday.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next resolution is 250085, reallocation of ARPA funds for the Youth Arts Unlocked. Entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, I meant to catch you before you read that resolution, because this has nothing to do with the resolution, but often when people walk away from the podium, they're not clear on what they need to do next. If you notice, I've been kind of getting up and letting them know.
Oh.
So if you can kind of let them know after you read the resolution what their next steps are.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be voting on it on council on Monday, and if it's approved, then the administration will get the contracts to you, and you'll be signing that. If you want to come back to council, you're free to do that on Monday. But you do not have to, because your questions, hopefully, were all asked today.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So 250085, reallocation of ARPA funds, Youth Arts Unlocked. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
move to council.
Is there support? It's been moved by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, supported by the Councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there someone here from Youth Arts Unlocked? Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
you have to
Yeah,
call
come on
them.
up.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm actually excited that you are here because I do want to hear more about your program. I've kind of skimmed through and read what we have in front of us, but I am very interested in hearing more about your program. If you could please introduce yourself, let us know your position in the organization, and just tell us more about it.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Good evening. My name is Ann Kita. I'm the Executive Director for Youth Arts Unlocked. Youth Arts Unlocked started in 2011 with the notion about making sure that our youth that are detained in the Genesee County Juvenile Justice Center are receiving some additional programming to help get them through very challenging, having them navigate very challenging situations. So Youth Arts Unlocked, what we do is we bring the performing arts, the visual arts, healing arts, and spoken word workshops to the youth, and basically offer them 40 weeks worth of workshops. And our staff are contractual, so these are teachers themselves working their day job, but also theater and performance professionals coming in to do these workshops. And we really try to navigate an opportunity and a safe space for them to not only have a space to kind of decompress from their day, but also an opportunity for them to build some places where they can decrease their anxiety, and also just having opportunities for them just to work together.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to stop you there just because my time is
that's
winding
right.
down
I'm
a
sorry.
little bit. No, you're more than fine. How many youth are served by this?
So we serve around 200 youth a year, and we offer 40 weeks. So our workshops, we're offering anywhere, depending on the schedule, around 250 workshops per year.
And so when we're saying detained and court-involved youth, what do we mean by that definition? And when you're serving them, where are you servicing them?
Yes, good. Thank you for that question. We are serving them actually at the Genesee County Juvenile Justice Center that's located on Pasadena. And we have our Arts in Detention program, which is the majority of the youth that we serve. We're in the detention center 3 times a week. And then we also work with Peckham, which is an alternative vocational training school. It's a contract school through Mount Morris, and some of those children, youth, are actually on probation. So we also do a visual arts workshop there as well.
So tell me the metrics that you are measuring your success by. Like, what have you seen behaviorally that would make you believe that this is effective?
Great question. So we have surveys that are conducted and completed by the youth, and from those metrics, what we're seeing is that we're measuring nearly 80 to 85% of the youth have indicated that the workshops actually make them feel more confident. They've indicated that their anger or their mood has, their anger has decreased and their mood has increased to be able to not only work collaboratively with their peers, but also with the staff.
Okay, so right there, you were giving me the youth and what they report. You know, sometimes we take surveys and we're just like, yeah, sounds good. So with the staff, do you survey the staff, and what are they seeing as far as behavior changes with this program?
Yes, we do survey the staff, and what they're seeing is that there's better communication skills with the youth, not only between themselves, but with them as staff. The youth are working more collaboratively together. They're very prideful of their work, of what they do.
All right, thank you. And then what will this cover, and how long will it cover it?
So our budget, overall budget's around $190,000 annually. So the $50,000 will be greatly appreciated due to the recent circumstances of what's happening from our federal and state level funding. I was very appreciative to know that this is a good opportunity. So it would cover our workshops, our teachers, and our products and supplies for the students.
And what percentage of the youth that are detained right now are from Flint? Like, you can verify they lived in Flint. This is effective Flint.
Yeah. So the Juvenile Justice Center gives us those statistics, and it's nearly close to 80%.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jarrett. And then we'll do Ms. Burns.
Okay. Through you to the speaker. Good evening.
Good evening.
Of the $150,000 budget, approximately how much of that have you procured for the 2025 program year?
If I understand correctly, and correct me.
How much do you have commitments from funders?
Okay, thank you. So we have commitments from the Michigan Arts and Cultural Council, also from the Arts Midwest, which is a federally funded program. We're just finishing a program award from the department, the OJJDP. That grant will be finishing here in June of this year. So we have about 11 streaming sources that we have to go after in order to keep the funding going.
So how much do you have commitment for?
The commitment for this fiscal year currently? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So we have around about $150,000 that we've had that committed, and it's being allocated to be spent through this end of this fiscal year.
Okay. And in part, why I'm asking, and just to share my sort of train of thought, is especially as we're getting closer, or I'm feeling as we're getting closer to the ending of having these funds available to us, I feel a pressure to be a little bit more prudent about, okay, good program, good work, are they already covered? Good program, good work, they're not covered. You know, I'm wrestling with, and then to say, okay, I appreciate the willingness, not just the willingness, but the fact that you're not excluding anyone that's at the center and saying you can't be served because you don't live in the city of Flint. Yet, when I look at, again, my fiduciary responsibility that says I need to make sure best I can that we are servicing residents of the city of Flint, and then I'm thinking, okay, she's saying about 80% is what we're understanding as City of Flint residents. Do I maybe think about amending the amount to say, let's do 80% of this 50,000, and that's how I may be able to square it within myself. And then see if, how it works going across the voting tab, but I
appreciate that.
I'm just really trying to work through how do I get closer to a yes than, you know, and maybe have to negotiate, for lack of a better word, a little bit, versus saying, wow, 50,000, and they already got money. We surely can do something someplace else with $50,000 where they don't already have, which is, you know, so
Well,
I
I just want to indicate, we're good through September of this current calendar year, right? So we have received, and especially a good portion of our funding comes from arts and cultural places. The National Endowment of the Arts has canceled their funding for us. The Michigan Arts and Cultural Council is on hold, and I already know for a fact funding that we are to rely on effective October 1st may not, it's hopeful that it would start January 1st of 2026, but that's not a guarantee. So the National Endowment of the Arts has been canceled. So we're all in, you know, I don't want to say a panic mode, but we're all under an uncertainty.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. So you said you have 11 streaming sources with commitments so far of 150,000. How many in that 11 have confirmed? You said you have a total of 11. You have a committed of 150,000. Is that the 11 of them, or 6 of them, or 7 of them, or?
I wish I could answer really simply because, for example, our federal level grant ends the end of June. We have our Arts Midwest ends in July. We have 2 small county contracts because we have a good affiliation with our 7th Circuit Court, who helps supports the program, and their funding is, it's appreciative and we like that, but it ends in September. So in reference to my next fiscal year, what I normally don't start budgeting until possibly end of the summer, first of the fall, I've already pulled things out to figure out how I'm going to fund this program in the fiscal year of 25-26.
How much was the National Endowment of the Arts were you getting?
The National Endowment, the NEA, we received last time around 10,000.
So that's a small portion.
They are all small portions.
Okay.
Yes.
So out of the 11, each one, this would be your biggest portion then?
This would equal to what our OJJDP grant that we were allocated to have. And like I said, we will be finishing that grant award in June of this year.
Okay. Have you ever received any funding from the city of Flint before?
I don't believe so, no.
So this is the first time with ARPA?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other in the second round? First. Oh, wait a minute, let me, I'm still in the first. Sorry. Any other discussion in the first round? Okay.
I'm sorry, I was reading, so you might have already answered this question. How do you measure the success of your program? So are you able to track like repeat offenders type, or, you know, can you help me out with that a little bit?
I will try, so
Yeah.
thank you for the question. Because we are not able to follow the youth to their next placement, whether it's jail or prison or back into the community, the average length of stay for a juvenile is around 66 days, to be honest. So it's a little over over 2 months. But honestly, the youth have been there there's some that are there longer because they're waiting sentence. So needless to say, we really look into the time that they're there, and so we're looking to see if their mood has increased, their anxiety levels have decreased, in reference to peer collaboration, which is a really important component for staff, making sure that there's no additional fights or aggression or how they're reacting to directives. We've been told that Youth Arts Unlocked is a good component to this because we come in the evening and I have been in those 90-minute workshops. Each workshop is 90 minutes, except for our yoga is 60 minutes. But with that, there are times when we're a little bit delayed based upon what has happened behind those closed doors, those locked doors. And then once they come in, the youth are asked, we service anyone from 10 to 17. And needless to say, they're asked how they're doing. And a lot of the times they come in and they're at like 30% or 40%. And by the time they leave,
What do you mean by 30 or 40%?
we're just asking them, like, how do you feel today? And a lot of them will come in and say 30% or 19%, or other teachers will do it by color code with green, yellow, or red. Some of them come in I'm just feeling red, just negative, angry. They don't want to communicate. And like in our spoken word piece is in our workshops, like we sit them down and just be able to start expressing how they're feeling, what they're doing for the day. And those pieces are then showcased in certain areas like Flint Art Walk and the different places around town to kind of help dispel the myth that, the youth, even though they're detained and they've definitely have made a bad mistake, can still contribute. So we articulate that back to them, and it's really about showing that they have some discoveries about themselves. Youth Arts Unlocked also does a lot of community collaboration. We recently collaborated with Bangtown Studio on the Go, where we had that community partner come in and the kids created their own music. I sat in those workshops myself over the fall, and to see them help each other and to be so creative with their words and putting the music together, and they were so proud of it. I try to get in as best I can to see the front end of it, and they're always asking, Miss Ann, when are we gonna get visual arts? Or when are we gonna do spoken word? Or the theater, I wanna learn more about Macbeth and the ghosts that came from that. So our teachers are also providing a curriculum, kind of a lesson plan, so they're not only just drawing, they're learning about the abstract art and where it came from, and they're asked to be themselves, and a lot of them will say, well, I can't do that. And then here they're producing, whether it's spoken word poetry. We worked with the state of Arizona recently, and they collaborated with a book to put their spoken word pieces. And so, we were really excited about this. We did get a small portion of the book, but our kids were like, I'm a published author. I finally made it. So there's just things that we're promoting to help them know that they have good qualities about themselves and that they might want to become an artist someday, or they can actually write and become an author.
Thank you. My last 10 seconds. I don't know if I'm going to support it, but you definitely sound passionate. I just wish there was actual metrics that we could measure to see if this is a successful program. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Seeing none, anyone in the second?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I do want to just shine a light on a couple of things that you said. One, we were talking about like the federal funding that you have. And I can understand why it's hard to explain, right? Because that money was already committed to you before the clawback started, but that doesn't guarantee you'll still get the money even though it was committed to you, because it's possible that it'll still be taken back. So you possibly have $150,000. I understand exactly what you're saying, working in nonprofit. While we don't receive federal dollars, there are a lot of other nonprofits that we're around often, and they are in that current predicament of, well, we were told that this is our money, but then, on any given day, they might receive a letter that says, on second thought, that money is not going to go to you. It has been pulled back for whatever the reason. So I understand that on your books, officially, you had $150,000 worth of commitment, but now you do not necessarily still have those commitments. That makes complete sense. And so I do understand how this $50,000 would help. I think one of the things that you're doing, like my colleague in the 8th Ward said, is the fact that you are giving youth a different introduction into society than what they originally came into this world with. And so that's why I think this program is worth supporting, because one of the things that we often see, for whatever the reason, whether we see it in politics, whether we see it on streets and blocks and hoods and Merlehood and all that in different schools and all of the things that people claim, there is a division that comes into our communities in a way which you just have to live here to be able to understand it. And so they already go into the world thinking that this person is somehow different from them, or somehow there's some enmity that they were birthed into. But once you have them and you have an opportunity to show them commonality through the music, through the yoga, through the different healing things, it takes them and it molds them and it changes them into a different person and gives them a better perspective. I also understand that sometimes it's nature versus nurture, right? You can show people that what's been nurtured in you is not necessarily your nature, and it not turn out in the best way. Because once they leave you, they may still go back into those different environments, and the tools may not be, they might not have absorbed enough of the tools to change, but it's the opportunity for them to have the tools, the opportunity for them to get this beautiful new introduction into society that makes me feel like I want to support this program, because it is giving our youth an opportunity that they did not have before. And that's what's really important. You are reshaping minds. It has been scientifically shown what music and as well as the other things that you offer can do to people, and how it can help reshape, and especially since at this age that frontal lobe is not done yet. Right. So we have an opportunity for real impact that can curb recidivism before it even gets started. So I do want to support this program.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Second round. Go ahead, Ms.
I don't know if I missed the answer to this question, and I probably did because I'm reading. What specific outcomes or goals does your program aim to achieve with the 50,000? And I know you said, I think I heard you say 80% of the youth are from Flint.
Correct.
Okay. So what goals?
Sure. So our measurements are in reference to risk factors and those protective factors. So what we're looking at is really how to make them feel more confident about themselves, what something is new to discover about themselves, a new skill set, to be able to introduce something artistic and culturally identifying for themselves, to be able to help them learn it. And then also there's discussions within those workshops. There's activities that are happening. So they're also increasing their presentation skills and their communication skills, their literacy skills. And then we're also hoping that with that communication that's happening, it's a lot of peer support. We create a safe space so no one's being judged for their answers, and it is pretty remarkable to see how they do help each other, because once somebody sees that that person can do it, then they almost want to do it themselves, and then that encouragement comes back and forth. So they're able to really just support each other. Mm-hmm. But then that's sustainable when we leave, too. Right. It's really interesting because the Juvenile Justice Center had their new facility open up in June, and we were asked specifically to come in, because unfortunately it's very stark, it's very prison-like in there. There is a lot more daylight, but needless to say, we were asked from the director to come in and to decorate with the kids' art. So we came in, and it's a 10,000 square foot facility, and we fortunately have had really wonderful art pieces. And it came up in a discussion. I was kind of the side discussion of it. I heard it, are the kids tearing this down? And they don't want to tear down the work, even though it's not theirs. They're identifying the process of getting that work being produced. And there's a lot of good goals that are happening from our board to help get the community back involved from our art exhibits, being able to like express, what do you want to say about this art, and can we take it back to the youth? So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
for that.
Okay. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, seeing none, this is the vote. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a few seconds and just say that a lot of these challenged youth, I'm going to call them challenged youth, there's so many different reasons why they're in the situation they are. And the arts of any kind, language, music, visual, gives them a chance, an alternative to express themselves than acting out in an inappropriate manner. So I am in support of your project, and I thank you very much for applying. So this is the vote to send resolution 250085 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That will go to council, and we'll be voting on that on Monday.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Welcome, thank you. The next resolution is 250086, reallocation of ARPA funds, motherly intercession. Is there a motion? Go ahead. It's a motion on the floor by the councilperson in the first ward to move to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
is there anyone here from Motherly? Could you
Go
through you?
Come on
to-
up.
Hi.
I do have more.
Do you have
if you-
handouts?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to give them to our secretary and they'll pass it out?
Yeah,
Yep.
because you.
I'll give time. Why don't we go ahead and start it back at 5? Is that acceptable?
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Can you tell me about your organization?
Hold on, wait a minute until it gets back to 5. Just add the 30 seconds to it, whatever, yeah. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Our program is for children who are, children and families impacted.
What's your name?
Nope, sorry. My name is Nicole Hayes. I'm the Executive Director of Motherly Intercession.
Okay.
And so our program, Motherly Intercession, is for children and families impacted by incarceration in Flint and Genesee County. And so we have 3 different separations of programming. So one programming, we do family programming, which is for parent-children visitation through Operation Restoration. We also do healthcare access through a partnership with Genesee Health Plan. We also do adult services, which is our parenting programs in partnership with the Genesee County Jail. This proposal is about our children programming, which is our longest serving programming with our organization, and we turned 25 years last year. That's our RACS program, Reading and Counting to Success Plus program. That encompasses our after-school program, summer day camp, and our In Touch, Ready for Real Life for our teens, middle school and teen program.
How long has the program been established? I've seen it. You work with Sheriff Swanson.
Yes, ma'am.
So when was it established?
So established in 1999.
Okay.
So, yes.
How many people do you reach on the average?
average. So our RACS program, this year we have enrolled 38 children this year.
38 children?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, where do you get your funding from?
And so we get our funding various ways, grants and donations.
So what's your total budget?
And so our budget for our
Your annual one?
Our annual budget for the RACS program is $332,000.
Have you ever received money from the city of Flint?
Not that I know of, no.
So where does your money come from?
And so it comes from different foundations, like the Ruth Mount Foundation, the Community Foundation, the A.G. Bishop Charitable Fund, Summer Youth Initiative, Jennings Memorial, and so different grants that we have.
So how will this $50,000 be used? Because we really, if you already have, look, Mott got more money than Flint.
Mm-hmm.
We ask Mott for money.
Yeah, and so
we do. You know, so and as we see things are changing, it makes you it weighs a lot on the decision. So can you break down how much does Mott give you?
Ruth Mott give us $45,000 a year.
You say 25?
45,000 a year.
45?
Yes, 45,000.
Okay, can you break down how much you get for each organization? For which one do you have that?
Yes, I do. I do have my budget. So for A.G. Bishop, we get $15,000. From the Summer Youth Initiative, we get $8,200. For the Jennings Moore Memorial grant, we got $5,000. For
Is that from Gracie Manuel?
No, Genesee, the Jennings Memorial Foundation.
Jennings Memorial.
Jennings Memorials. Uh-huh.
Okay, because I didn't understand. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And then United Way, we get $30,000. And then we're still applying for grants right now because it's grant season right now.
Okay, so United Way, you get 30,000.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna yield to my colleagues. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This is the first round.
Yes.
So I do want to start off again by saying, completely understand working in a nonprofit, right?
Yes.
And even the numbers that you just rattled off, that is a very low amount of money to get from each organization to carry out work that you have to carry out or to service the amount of people that you're attempting to serve. Can you tell us again, with the money that you're requesting from us, what will it go toward?
It would go to our youth programming in our RACS program. And so our RACS coordinator, she wants to bring other community partners, which we just moved back into the city of Flint, to really connect with our children, to bring positive programming to the Youth and Motherly Intercession. And so we found out that the more positive program that we bring to our youth, the more positive impact it has on them and their trauma.
And I'm assuming since you get money from Ruth Mott, you're on the north end of Flint.
Yes.
Yeah, and so when you say you're trying to bring, I need you to be a little bit more specific with
Yes.
the programming.
Yes, and so, for instance, this summer, our program director, she wants to partner with Hobby Quest to bring hobbies, because we work with Miss Deb from 4-H, and so our children grow a container garden that they compete in the Genesee County Fair. And then also in the Genesee County Fair that you can do crafts, and so that expanding their, instead of doing more vegetables, they can do a craft. And so that's partnering with another nonprofit to expose our youth to different positive things.
So if you're partnering with another, do you already have the nonprofit in mind in which you're partnering with?
Yes.
Okay, and so in partnering with that other nonprofit, is that you all are doing a 50-50 split as far as funding goes, or help me understand why it costs to partner with another nonprofit?
And so it would be, because we will be paying for their services. And so we'll be paying for their services. They
So
would,
not necessarily a partnership then?
No, it's a, not necessarily partnership, it'd be like a vendor service type thing.
Okay.
And so we are paying for their service.
Okay. I yield, thank you.
Any other in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just looking at the program and the services that you offer, and as well as some of the events that I have attended. You do a lot.
Yes.
You do a lot with a little bit, and you make do with what you have. You know, we have an issue in the city of Flint, and one of the issue is, we have a lot of killing of, young people. And for various reasons, some people, parents are incarcerated, some people haven't been properly parented, some people don't have positive role models. And, you touch on a lot of these things, so you are definitely a part of the solution, in winning back our youth and strengthening our families. And so this money must be spent by December 2026. And this specific category that you apply for is under youth wellness. So you are well within the category, as well as you are very timely with your mission. So I'm definitely in support of what you're doing, because, basically you're asking for pennies from us to continue to do what you're doing. And I will ask the big question. So, and you are servicing the residents of the city of Flint, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. And the residents of the city of Flint will be serviced with these dollars, correct?
Yes, they will.
Okay, thank you. Again, this is such a pivotal time, on Facebook and also just in the streets, people are coming up to me and they're asking, what are we going to do about youth violence? What are we going to do about our youth? But it looks like that you have programs and services that are, once again, you're answering these questions. And so thank you so much for this kind of programming that we need. This is a part of the solution. We need jobs, mentoring, all that, family strengthening services, all that. We need this, so thank you, and you definitely have my support. Not just because I'm in agreement with it, but because, again, this is a timely issue. People are wondering, what are we doing for the youth? People are asking, what are we doing for the youth? People are putting it on this council. And so that includes me. They're saying, what are you doing for our youth? And so I would like to do this for our youth and pass this money so you can continue to do your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to the speaker. Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to try to make sure I have my arms around around what you're looking to do. This funding that we're looking to provide, is it going to expand the 3 services that are listed here, or is this a new program?
It's going to expand.
Okay.
It's going to expand.
So
the services,
right
yeah.
now, and I remember hearing 38 children enrolled. So
Yes.
right now you're serving 38.
Yes.
And they're sort of spread across these 3 programs that are listed here. The RACS Alter School Tutoring and the Summer Camp and the In Touch Real or Readiness. And then I heard that, so part of this money also was going to be in the partnership or vendor relationship that you would be expanding or having to add new vendors?
Having to add new vendors.
So this is going to be a totally new vendor that you need to add for
Yes.
the surplus?
Yes.
Okay. How many students are on a wait list to get into this?
And so we currently have a wait list probably of 15 to 20 students.
Of 15 to 20?
Mm-hmm.
And all of those are City of Flint residents, all 15?
Yes, that I know of.
That you
they
know
are.
of?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And the partner vendor,
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah, that's sort of what, I want to find a delicate way to say, are you getting some, I mean, so basically, this is almost a pass-through.
Not necessarily.
Not much different. But, no, I get it. I get sometimes where when you're expanding services, you know, you are either going to have to add staff or what have you. And I'm just, again, has that vendor been identified?
Yes.
Okay.
So our coordinator, part of her job is to look at different community partners that she wants to work with.
Okay.
For example, last year we worked with
Now, what actual, understand being compensated for your knowledge and your ability. Are we compensating, with this, are you compensating them at a premium, or are they giving you some kind of in-kind pricing?
Yes, they are giving us an in-kind pricing that they.
And I'm not going to ask you specifically how much they're going to charge you, but in kind, at what percentage of discount would you say? Are they giving you a 10% discount, a 25%, 40%? Where do you feel like is in the in-kind contribution that they're providing?
And so, from my understanding with our RACS coordinator, she let them know that we are a nonprofit, that we only have a certain budgeted amount for different contracted services that we have. For example, for this previous budget that we have for 2025, I only budgeted $20,000. Well, our new coordinator said, you know, that's kind of not a lot of money to bring other services in for our children. And so she said, well, I can help negotiate that rate, to let them know where can we meet them in the middle for it, where they provide the services for our youth and expose our youth to different positive.
So tell me, for the 38 students that you currently have, how much is that program costing?
So that program costs $332,000. And so.
Okay, so the cost per student is almost $9,000 there.
Yes, sir.
And the cost per student for these others will be just under $4,000.
Under $4,000. I'm not understanding
$4,000.
$4,000.
You said about 12 students.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm leaning towards no. It seems like you already are well-funded through all of your other partners. I want to make sure we delineate partners from vendors. Your partners that fund you. The cost per student seems outrageous. I mean, that's private school. I would assume that's pretty close to private school tuition numbers, especially 9,000 per student. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like the last paragraph of your thing where you're saying 93% improved and maintained. So for test comparison, what are they testing on? Are they like state level tests? What tests are they?
Yes. So anytime a student comes into our program, we test them with the STAR testing that the state uses. And so we have a pre-test and we test them quarterly.
So how many were improved and how many were maintained? I don't like that you combined the two. So how do we determine if your program is successful if you're saying that I can't delineate from improved and maintained on those test scores?
We can separate those. And so, but our goal is that they improve or maintain. And so, because if you're maintaining, that means you're not declining in your learning.
But you're also not improving.
Yeah, yeah. Also, that can also tell us, okay, if you're maintaining, what else can we do for an intervention for that student? And so I can explain again about our program, the different parts. Through the school year, we have our after-school program. We have 2 groups that come on Monday, Wednesday is our older group, Tuesday, Thursday is our younger group. And so we do provide transportation and free meals for our children. We also have a social worker on staff. We also help our parents, their families, with referrals through our community outreach.
So if this money is going for your RACS program, that's $9,000 per student?
So yes, that right now is 9,000.
So this would fund 5 students?
Yes.
Okay.
It was fun. I guess 5 students.
Thank you. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Oh, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay. The 50,000 that you're asking for will help to provide the programming for all of your students, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how many students is that again?
So right now in our after school is 38.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you want to increase that number, right?
No, so during the summer, we usually have all of the students. So that means all 30 or 40 students come to the summer 4 days a week for 5 hours a day.
Okay.
And so, so we have a lot of kids that during the summertime for 9 weeks.
What?
We have a lot of children, so up to 40,
Okay.
45 students. And
Okay.
most of our students, they are in our program for more than 3 years.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay, so it's not just 5 students?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's not 5 students. no.
Okay. Now, I understand programming, and I understand that it costs to have vendors come in and provide programming. I mean, I've done after-school programs for years.
Yeah.
So I know exactly how much it costs to have different vendors to come in and render a program for the youth. So the 50,000 would be used for the programming and everything else that you need to do for this RAS program, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I just wanted you to kind of clean it up a little
Yes,
bit
ma'am.
because you said 5 students, and I'm
No,
like, whoa, wait a
no.
minute, just 5 students?
Yeah.
But you're talking about the whole total of students.
Yes.
Okay. I do appreciate the program and what you guys do because, you know, the children that you have in your program, I know that they are going through, you know, some emotional problems, you know, having a parent that may be, you know, incarcerated or whatever. So I think I'm a vote to send this to council because I like what you're saying, and the fact that you guys have never received any funding from the city, because have you all ever applied for the block grants?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. You might want to look into that, you know,
Too late
for
this year.
it's too late for this year, but next year, look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make sure that you get an email when they come out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? I'm going to take just a couple of seconds. As I was reading about your program, I thought this would be really good for one of my nephews, but he doesn't have an incarcerated parent. But it sounds like the kind of thing that so many of our students who are failing anyways in school, or not, maybe the school system is failing them, that would be beneficial for them. You know, there's boys and girls clubs, but the child has to be willing to do that. And so I am very impressed with what your literature says and what you do, and I'm all for helping kids. I think it is expensive, but you are doing intensive work. And these things are expensive. Unfortunately, these are not volunteers.
Yeah. Thank you.
If they're volunteering organizations are able to provide a lower cost, but some of these skills people aren't going to be willing to volunteer that much, that often. Our time is precious, and we expect to be paid for it. That's what we've been brought up to do. So I appreciate it very much, your program, and I'm going to go ahead and support that. Is there anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? Okay, this is the vote to send Resolution 250086 to council.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Seven yes, one no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no, so we will be voting to approve this at council
Okay, thank you.
on Monday.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I'm taking, the next resolution is 250087, reallocation of ARPA funds, Tapology. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to move that resolution to council.
Is there support? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the second ward, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there any discussion? Tapology. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
is there someone to speak on that, if they can come forward?
Seamus?
Yes, of all the entities that are here for this piece, Tapology is the only one I tried to reach out, and I couldn't get in contact with. Bruce Bradley, I think his name is. I tried 2 or 3, maybe 4 times since when this came up a couple of weeks ago. I tried again today, just couldn't get through. It was going to voicemail, and their number on their website goes to voicemail too. So they got an invite to be here just like all the other ones previously, and I couldn't get in contact with them, so but I try my best.
Do you yield your time?
Yeah, I yield.
Okay. Is there any,
Oh,
pardon? There's a motion on the floor to send to council. Who did you
I
want
mean,
the
well, she
floor?
wanted to speak. I was gonna make another motion.
Oh. Okay, who's gonna make, all right, Councilwoman, the second ward.
Well, so I was gonna make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely by the councilwoman in the second ward, supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. This is the vote to postpone indefinitely.
Hold on. I would like to.
Sorry, I just got information that the person I talked about having some health issues with the family, so that's probably why they haven't got back to me. So I'm asking if you would keep it in committee. It's of course up to you guys. Can you keep it in committee, and I can try over the next couple of weeks to invite them back, please?
Well, we can vote no.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, you want to withdraw your motion?
I mean, it's been seconded.
It's been, but Dennis, do you withdraw your support for a second? Okay, so we have to vote on it. All right, this is the vote to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
No.
2 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no, so that motion fails. Candace, you wanted the floor?
Yes, what happened? I would like to make a motion to leave this in finance.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay. It's been moved by the Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, supported by the Council.
Nope, I moved it.
Sorry, 7th Ward, supported by the Councilman in the 1st Ward, because I heard him first. This is the vote to leave in finance.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? The vote's 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That will stay in finance. The next resolution is 250090. Change order number 1, Weinstein Electric Company, additional electrical services, maintenance division. I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved by the Councilman in the 8th Ward, supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send to council. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion?
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
go ahead.
Through you to whoever can speak to this one. I just have a couple of
Okay, who's
Sort of.
coming up?
quick questions.
Lauren, you're coming up to speak on it? Okay.
You sound a little disappointed.
I don't want you. No, I'm kidding. So long since we've seen you.
Through,
I was here a couple weeks ago.
through you to the speaker. Good evening.
Good evening.
You know, they're in seeing the change orders, it does bring about some question as it relates to the process around the bids and such. So I guess my first question is, when we issue the bids and accept the offers, what type of insulation is there that we have to say, vendor, we told you what we wanted, we gave you a timeline, because your cost increase, and is that on us?
These aren't necessarily for cost increases from a vendor. They do stick to the prices based on their bid. What happens is when we come to council for these particular vendors each year, I work with Lee in what his budget would allow for some of these projects throughout the year, and then we kind of give a best guesstimate, $100,000 for the year, however it may be. But then what happens throughout the year is things break, things come up, people want carpet, people want painting, people need HVAC services because a boiler goes out, or electrical things need to be redone, so on and so forth. So these aren't necessarily, they aren't at all for price increases given to us by the vendor. They are for projects added on by multiple departments for various reasons.
So these are orders that we decided
Correct.
to change ourselves.
Yes, we've added on these. Willie Me Walter, for instance, I'm just looping them all in. HVAC services as needed. Weinstein Electric, electrical services as needed. Trio Paint has a general contracting as needed contract for the year. And what happens with that is we kind of throw out a random number for you guys at the beginning of the year. We think we're gonna do this much worth of projects in correlation to these vendors. And then throughout the year, like I said, things come up, projects get added, and then we need to ask for more money to cover those projects. So it's more or less, yes, we do multiple bids throughout the year, but there are some things we stick to using our vendors to do those projects. So instead of having a camera installation being done on one of our properties and bidding that out, we have our as-needed contractor on that for that reason. So we don't always have to do the bid process for these multiple projects we need throughout the year. Does that help clarify?
It does provide some, I don't know if I want to say clarity or explanation, but it does provide more information than I otherwise understood. So thank you there. And if I guess if I'm looking at this correctly, then given what you just offered for additional information, the summary of proposed action then sort of gives a list of those things that we added them to, we
Correct.
asked
Yeah,
to
and
have done?
Yep, and to clarify, I did speak with Lee to kind of get an outline for these vendors on what those would be for the projects. Basically, these would be projects that we intend would be completed by June 30th for the fiscal year.
So these aren't projects that have already been completed?
Some of them are throughout the vendors due to emergency issues.
Okay.
And having to come back and say, hey, we need to cover that, for instance. So one of the instances was the water main break at City Hall. Obviously, that was something we didn't plan for and had to fix it immediately. So William E. Walter, that was one of the, that I'm just using it as an example, that was one of the reasons for the partial change order to our HVAC services contract, if that makes sense.
All right. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I guess I will take a little time. So just to be clear, for the folks listening, 90% of the change orders are not really change orders. They're contract dollar changes, but they're more likely scope additions that we added on.
I don't want to say for all projects here.
No,
You know, we
no,
have
no,
Eagle projects and things like that are
Correct.
legitimate. You know, you start to get into a project and realize, oh man, more foundation work needs to be done or whatnot, and
Yeah.
that would result in a change order, generally to the scope of work.
Right.
It's not always an increase that a vendor throws on the city as a burden, right? Saying, oh,
These are changes to my
correct.
colleague's
Like,
point
oh
that
no,
we asked.
right.
So why don't we bid these out? Because how do we know?
We
that-
do. We bid them out for as-needed services for the year. So that way, every little project that comes up,
So
we
got-
don't have to
so-
individually bid.
So, part of this one was, if I recall correctly, you telling me, cameras for 12th Street Garage.
The Fleet Garage, yes, correct.
So we have 3 bids on this?
No.
That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying,
Like,
no.
how do we know we're getting the best price on these vendors that we continually roll over additional change orders and additional scope?
Well, there are various reasons as to why we would do that. Maybe an emergency situation where we don't have time to particularly
Well,
bid
to
it
my-
out.
To my point, the 12th Street Garage, we've been, what, decades without them? It's not really emergency, so why didn't we bid that out?
That I would have to find out from Fleet and
Well, I just
Lee.
wanna make
But I
sure
will
that-
say we did bid out water pollution control surveillance recently. And
Yeah,
that was
that was a
and that was a different
that's a
vendor.
different
That's
one.
global. That was bid out separately.
No, what I'm trying to get at is, and you told me what the programs that are doing, and that this dollar amount doesn't seem outrageous to me, but how do we know that we're spending taxpayer money wisely if we don't get bids on these continual contractors that every year we roll over and give them $3 million worth of work, but half of it is no bid?
So I guess I would have to clarify to show you guys what the scope of work would be for these particular services. So, for instance, Trio's under a 3-year contract. We bid out a 3-year contract.
We want to do specific to this Weinstein.
Okay.
I don't want to get off
So
topic.
Weinstein, I'd have to see, I think we're in year 2 of 3 of a contract with them for instance. We bid that out we will bid that out next time, and that is based on Weinstein is a union company.
Right.
They will give us basically hourly rates for journeyman, apprentice, so on and so
So
forth.
are these time and material projects?
Well, it would all depend on what it is. Yeah, mainly, it would be time and material based on the bid. So they would give us a quote individually for each particular project under their contract that they're given, and that's the price that we would get on that.
So Lauren, here's my problem, is we bid this out, and I think Weinstein wins every year. And they know once they submit low hourly rates that they can continually write their own paycheck because we don't push back and we don't get things quoted. That's my issue. I'm going to support this, but I think we have to look at these continual change orders that we roll over with the same vendors. We're basically giving them a blank check because they win and say, oh, I'm going to give you $30 an hour because I know come June, those additional projects are going to come up and I can make my real money. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but when we continually give these contracts and the no bid of what they're going to do, the perception is they're going to no bid, they can double the price that we would get on a competitive bid.
And I think it's also important to understand that there are multiple projects throughout the year too that would come under a bid threshold as well, which would be
These aren't.
10,000.
These aren't. I don't want to speak
Some of them
specifically.
are that would add up to that total amount we give them every year though. So you have to understand too how inefficient it would be to do a bid process individually for every piddly project that is sometimes completed throughout the city, if that makes sense.
No, it does, because, you know, the admin time might be 30 hours, and that equals X amount of dollars, but
No, you're talking weeks on end for a bid process is my point, to hold up a project if we were to bid out all of the small
I'm
piddly
talking
ones.
internal labor that you would spend putting a bid out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I am in agreement with Councilman Pfeiffer, and I know that we have people who question, Weinstein gets everything, it seems like, and they always continuously bring us change orders. And that's a problem, serious problem for me, because we know there are other electricians that aren't able to get in. And they're continuously bidding low, and then it comes back, and it's like they're protected. And this has got to stop. It's the same thing as with re-rig for the trash carts. They were $250,000 cheaper, and yet we went with a cart company that was $250,000 higher. That made no sense. So there's problems, and this guy was emailing everyone. And so when we're looking at Weinstein, we've got other electrical and small electrical contractors. So some of them, yeah, I think it's worth the time, because if you're looking at, what do you consider small?
Well, I'm saying anything considered a small purchase per the city purchasing ordinance would be under $10,000.
Okay. And but if
that
we
would require a competitive bid at that point.
Okay. And so if we're looking at contractors who are new, or even in a city where we have minorities, that would include minorities, whatever falls into that pocket, you know, I think that we need to give them an opportunity, because right now they've taken over. Every project has them, just about. I mean, they got a whole new fleet of vans. I mean, they do.
Well, with all due respect, we're one of the smallest contracts that Weinstein has statewide. I mean, you can't say that we're buying their trucks when they're on a multi-million-dollar project at the Frankenmuth Water Park. So, I mean, there are certain things.
I didn't say we're buying their trucks at all, so don't put words in my, their trucks. I'm not stating that. I would have said we're buying them, but you said it. You said it, I didn't say that. What I am saying clear is that re-rig was $250,000 cheaper, and you quit taking their calls. I am saying that.
I never got a call from them. I
Well, they
was
got the
not in
emails.
charge of awarding that bid.
No. Okay, well, I don't want to get into that. I think that we have to look at the change orders. We're constantly getting them. And a lot of these bidders who do business with the city of Flint will come in low, and then they come back and they just expect council to keep rubber stamping. And if you say you're going to do a job, and this job is set up, I'm going to change this window, and I'm gonna put in new glass and some new rubber around it, and hey, I'm throwing Windex in it for free. You know, they come back with some other stuff. Oh, now we want to change the latch and we want to do, no, when you look at a job, you should know the entire scope when you're doing it, when they're bidding it out. And that's just not happening. They bid low, they get in, and I'm looking at other municipalities, same problems that other municipalities have had with this. So have they done the work already?
On what, to be specific?
On this one?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other one? Anybody else in the first round? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the speaker at the podium, Lauren. I'm looking at the work that's needed here for this change order. Can you tell me what departments need the work? I see 2 need repairs and maintenance. And then, of course, there's work to be done over at Haskell for Pale, right?
So, on my understanding, this is under facilities management, so I did call Lee to get clarification on what the specifics of this particular change order was, and I did share that with Councilman Pfeiffer a minute ago. So it would be kind of a combination, right, as facilities management doing all of our facilities, but there's a camera install over at the Fleet garage, so you could call that both facilities and Fleet. Brevo door access at McKinley Center and parking garage at City Hall, and fire station number 8 is new LED lighting along with Haskell Center. So from my understanding, what I've been told, for fire station 8 and Haskell, there will also be a consumer's rebate to upgrade all of those to LED like we've gotten in the past for other LED upgrades.
Okay. So also, I see that there is work to be done over at the McKinley Center, right, with this?
That's what I was told, correct, yes. That's the Brevo door access, is what I have written down. So that would be the security swipies over there to make sure that the doors are secured.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So, Lauren, real quick, the Fire Station 8, it's saying, and you mentioned this, it's going to get a rebate from consumers. Do we know what that is?
I don't.
So, that's the LED retrofit, right? So, are we, because it's only in parentheses after the Fire Station 8, would we also be getting that at Haskell?
That's what I have written down. I put fire station number 8, new LED lighting / Haskell. So what I was told from Lee a couple weeks ago. I mean, I can get further clarification on exactly what'll happen at Haskell.
I would like to know, I mean, are we doing a complete
I'm sorry?
are we doing a complete LED upgrade at Haskell and?
Like I said, I can find out. I'm not sure the specifics.
Can you also find out what the estimated rebate is?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, this is the vote to send resolution 250088 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Machette? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That will be sent to council. The next one is 250089. Oh, sorry, no. Just a second.
9-1.
9-1.
Yep. Yep, sorry, I got past the page. Okay. 250091, change order number 1, Detroit Salt, additional salt, bulk salt for street maintenance division. I'll entertain a motion.
Send to council.
It's a motion on the floor by, okay, it's been moved by
Madam
council. Can you please wait a minute? It's been moved by the councilman in the 8th ward and supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I spoke to Mr. McGaha, and we used a lot of salt in the last storm, and this is for emergency and to get us for next season. It's not, this is additional, this isn't a change order because they changed costs. This is for us to restock for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send 250091 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 250092, change order number 5, Trio Paint, general contractor services. What is the pleasure of the body? There's a motion on the floor from the councilman in the 1st ward to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250092 to council.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 250097, reallocation of ARPA funds, water rate stabilization fund. What is the pleasure of the body? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward, to send to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Miller isn't here. Okay, well, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore?
Where is Mr. Miller?
He wouldn't be here for this.
Is he? Well, he would be here if I got questions about infrastructure and the water. And since no one can.
Mr. Moore's coming.
Anyway, yeah, I'm tired of people speaking for me with my questions. I don't need that. So, how are you? So here's the 2 million, I was absent when the last time is this the one when it came up the last time? Yeah, okay. I had an emergency with my mother. So this will stabilize it for how long, or it's a quick fix? How bad is our problem?
We should be able to get through fiscal year 2026 and probably into 2027 at some point. We don't. I'm not sure we'll get through 2027, but we'll at least be getting through 2026.
Okay, and then how much? And I think residents understand. So if you have a $100 water bill, how will this affect them? I mean, are they looking at $5 a month, $20 a month?
If you look at the 20, it gets averaged across all the different rate classes, or the way the bigger users obviously use more water than the residential users, but for the average customer, it'd be between $5 to $7 a month that we'd have to raise it, depending on some of the assumptions you make.
Okay, so it was between, so it'll be an additional $5 to $7 per month for water
If you did
if
approve
we
this.
increase it. So the increase was supposed to happen back in 5-6 years ago?
There have been a number of studies.
They
Water
said about
Fund,
30%?
yeah, the Water Fund hasn't been making money for some time, but we're still solvent, and it's just a question of, at some point, we are going to have to raise the water rates. And this will stabilize it, so we have a chance to figure out how we want to raise the water rates and when we want to do it. We won't have to do it in 2026, which is what we're trying to achieve.
So the water fund, so it is supposed to collect about $5 million a month, correct?
Correct.
And so if we're looking at where we're at right now, we should have collected $45 million. Do we have $45 million collected for that fund? Because it is supposed to be $60 million for our fiscal year, am I correct? Okay. Well,
We've done a cash flow analysis of what we expect the fund to need during the year, which assumes that we collect revenue and we also spend the money.
Mm-hmm.
And we do know that with this, that we will get through 2026. And we'll be in 2027 before we really have to do anything.
Okay, so what I'm asking, I'm gonna say it one more time, or maybe you need to get back with me. So where we're at, we should be about $45 million collected. Do we have that?
I don't think we have that in, if you're asking if we have $45 million in the bank, I don't think we have that in the bank right now.
We have
What?
We have about 18 million in the bank.
We have about 18 million in the bank.
Hey, Ariel, and Candace, because I'm sorry, I take in your, yeah. So, Mr. Moore, I'm gonna leave that one right there because you don't have the answer. We have, when is the last time that we have had a leak test for the city? And how much of our water are we losing? Is it over 50%?
Oh, I'm not sure. I've not dealt with that side of things.
That's why I need Mr. Miller here. And because, those are questions. And so I don't know how long and I've got more. And not to be pundit, but, so, you're making it really tough. Can you get me those answers? So listen, we have a $9.2 million meter that registers our water loss. And it actually tells you, it's brand new.
Right.
And it should be able to tell us how much is our water loss, how much are we losing that we pay for. That's my time.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just so you know, Mr. Moore, I'm a hell no on this, but I'm going to use my time. Based on the $5 to $7, what are you estimating the average bill to be?
That's the way I calculate. What I calculated is, I know that the $2 million is what we're estimating we'll need. I've averaged that based on the number of.
So I'm going to stop you. How much do we pay GLEWA? It's $11 million. I'll answer that for you because I know you don't know it. It's $11 million, but over $5 million goes to the debt service. So for actual water, we only spend $5 million. So 5.9% of that $5 million is $372,000. That is what we are being charged additional. So how does $2 million equate to $372,000 of actual charges?
The water fund has not had a rate increase since.
we're not talking about that. I'm asking you, how does $2 million only last 1 year if the increase is only $372,000?
It's more than just water. It's the overall costs have been increasing in the last 10 years.
So that's, you're breaking news, Mr. Miller, or Mr. Moore, because according to everything is, we are only facing a rate increase because GLEWA is charging us. Now, are you saying on the record that we have to increase all of the costs across the board?
I'm not saying we have to increase, I'm saying they have increased over time.
No, what I'm saying is, so this $2 million isn't for just the GLEWA increase. We need to pay for other things. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that our cost for operating the system has increased over the last 10 years.
Yeah, our cost for everything is
For
increased.
everything, yes.
I get that. So how much is going for the other things and how much is going for GLEWA? Because by you putting this into a fund and trying to not be transparent, how are these dollars being spent?
By fund, the way I would define it is we're talking about an account number in the water fund.
So, and I asked you this last time, why are we creating a fund and not just doing a budget transfer to the water department?
If it makes you more comfortable, budget transfer would work just as well. I don't have a problem with that. It could be either, we were trying to make sure that people saw how the money was being used, but if you prefer to just transfer it, that also works.
So why was a fund even brought up?
It was just a way to make.
Because to my recollection, this is the first time that we've started a fund in my tenure on this seat where we've started a fund out of the blue instead of doing a budget transfer.
It would be, the way it would work is go into if you set up as a fund, it'd be basically a line item in the water fund.
Okay, so
that,
Mr. Moore, can you give me a breakdown of how this $2 million is going to be spent?
it'll be spent for the general expenses of the system, including water and including all other expenses.
That's pretty general. I would like a written breakdown of how much money is going to be allocated for GLEWA, how much is going to be, is some of this money going into sewer?
No.
So, once again, if half of our water bill is sewer and half of it's water, how is the average rate increase $7? Are you trying to say that the average is over $200 for our because if only water is increasing and none of this money is for sewer, how are you coming up with the $5 to $7 increase? That would assume that the average bills are $200.
I'm not sure I understand how you calculate that, because if you look at the
I'm
number,
wicked smart, that's why.
If you look at the number of customers and divide it by the 2 million, you're going to divide that by 12. You're going to come up with the 5 to 7 a month.
Which would be a 15% increase on water? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm assuming
Yes.
the water bills are average $100 and
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, let's try to walk through this. So what we are being asked to do is to set aside $2 million, right? Or transfer it, whichever way it's going to get done, $2 million so that over the next year, the water rates do not increase, because we currently have a 5.9% rate hike that we're looking at. This is not the first rate hike that the city has incurred and not passed on to the residents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so when you talk about the $2 million, the water fund so the water, not the water fund, but our actual water budget, right?
Right.
It goes to more than just the fixing of the leaks and all that. You have to also pay people out of that budget as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so what we have happening now is while water bills may average, and I don't know which number is right, whether it's the 100 or the 200, the bottom line is you got a large percentage of people not paying that, correct?
That's correct.
And the other people that are paying it is still not necessarily enough to balance the people that are not paying it, correct?
That's correct.
And so having a deficit, meaning there's already the money missing to not only cover the cost of what the water costs for us to get it, but then also to cover the cost of all of the people that have to keep up a system and also pay for that system. That is also at a deficit, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when we're talking $2 million, we're talking $2 million to cover what we are already missing, correct? Because that's going to take care of that. Is that what we're talking right now, correct? So that $2 million, it is going to cover the people that are already not going to pay you that extra 5 to 7 anyway, correct?
Correct.
And then it's also going to cover to go toward any leaks or any people that's got to go out there and fix the leaks and anything else that has to happen as it relates to water, correct?
Correct.
So what we're doing with $2 million is we're sustaining ourselves at a rate that we've already had to sustain ourselves at because, again, the money that we need to collect, we are not able to collect, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Go ahead.
All right, so just wanted to read a few things. So the first thing is every single council member, we have been receiving feedback from our residents. We've been receiving feedback via Facebook. We've been receiving feedback in person, cell phone, email, and someone wrote a letter and they sent it to every single council person and reads as follows. Flint City Council members, why don't you care about the residents of Flint? Isn't that your job? Flint, Michigan residents pay more than double and sometimes triple the amount for water than other cities in the U.S., which makes no sense as Michigan has the most freshwater resources surrounding it. So why do you intend to raise our water bills in Flint? We are paying far too much already. Sincerely, Ms. Brulinski. And so the sentiment that I get from Ms. Brulinski is that she don't want her water bill raised. She made it real plain. And so with this water stability fund, it does exactly what my colleague in the 7th Ward said. It picks up the slack from those that have not paid and probably don't intend to pay. And it also helps to cover this increase that has been voted on outside of our hands, right?
Correct.
Right. And so on behalf of Ms. Betsy Berlinski, the residents in the 2nd Ward, I would be remiss not to vote for this because, again, she's right. We do pay a lot of money for water. And I know I don't want to pay a penny more. And so we have ARPA dollars. As I stated previous times on record, these ARPA dollars must be spent by December 2026. And these ARPA dollars was brought forth by the federal government for issues just like this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So the money is there. They say do something good for the residents. Residents like Ms. Berlinski, they're speaking out. Everyone have it. Hopefully people are not ignoring it. We all made a commitment that we're going to be responsible to the residents. Well, Ms. Betty Berlinski, I'm going to start it off by saying I definitely support us doing what we have to do because this is part of what we have to do. And it's also, our charge to see how we can be a part of the solution. So, again, we want to do something great for the residents, and we want to make sure that we are taking care of the city's business. Whether or not we were on council when the decision was made to be a part of this contract, that bears no weight. Right now, it is our responsibility to act and to plan going forward. So I definitely support this because this is what the money was allocated for, and the money must be allocated by 2026. The residents said they want it, and I'm here to give the residents what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, I'm going to take my time. Isn't it true, Mr. Moore, that we have to pay by a set amount of gallons from GLEWA every month?
I believe there's a base, but I don't know what the
Doesn't
amount-
matter how much we use, we have to purchase a set amount. And so that increases the cost.
Yes,
And isn't it true that there are people using water who have cemented their shut-off valves so that we can't turn off water to that house?
that's very true, yes.
So they're using water and not paying for it because we can't shut it off.
That's correct.
And then there are people that do not pay. 81% of the residents of the city pay their bills. 19% do not. Is that correct?
Yes,
So the 81% who pay their bill are paying for everybody.
that's correct.
Now, last year, when we were I believe when we were in the Dome, I remember saying that at some point we're going to have to raise these water rates. I remember when council approved the contract with GLEWA, that they were told that we were going to have to increase water rates down the line. 10 years is a long time. I remember we've had to have change orders for chemicals for the water plant because the price has gone up.
That's correct.
So our costs have gone up, and we have been supporting those residents who don't pay their bill. Maybe if all the residents paid their bill, we wouldn't have to even be looking at this right now. But here we are. Of course, I have a problem with garbage contract too, which I brought up too. But I know last month my water bill was higher. I just looked it up. I actually used one more unit of water. But I know so many people who pay shut-off notice to shut-off notice to shut-off notice. And it'll get even harder for them if we raise the rates. So in 10 years, our prices, we don't know what the price was at the beginning. We don't know what it was when the contract was signed with GLEWA, right?
Right.
At least we don't have that available right now. And what it is now, and what the difference is, and the fact that we have shrunk the number of households using the water, but we still have to buy a set amount of water. We also supply water to places that don't necessarily pay us because, well, give us cash because the city's using water. The city uses the water for fires, the Fourth Ward, right? And City Hall and all the facilities owned by the city, all the community centers. So it's not just the residents who have to foot the bill, but they're the ones who provide the cash to the residents and businesses within the city to pay the bill for GLEWA. What happens if we don't pay our bill?
Oh, that's bad. Then GLEWA takes over our system. They run it, they set the rates, they do everything.
So somebody who doesn't live here will have control over our entire water system.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Moore, I will not support this going into a fund. If you want to provide a breakdown of how these dollars are going to be spent and then do a transfer to the water fund, that would get me more in line. But putting $2 million into a fund where we don't know how the money's going to be spent, that's a hard no for me.
We can do it as a transfer if you prefer.
I would prefer transfer, and I'd prefer a breakdown of how the dollars are going to be spent, because the press conferences and everything else, all of my colleagues are saying all these other different things, but the press conferences and the articles that are quoted are only specific that residents are only going to get an increase because of the 5.9% increase from GLEWA. If there are other things that we need money for, let's be transparent on why we need those dollars. Let's put it out there that people aren't paying their bills and some of this money's gonna go to that. But just to throw $2 million and say it's only to cover this 5.9% increase, to me, that is deceiving the public. So if you can provide a breakdown and change this to a budget transfer to the water fund, I think that I would have a more, it'd be a pill more able to swallow.
Okay.
But just throwing 2,000 into a fund that doesn't have the restrictions that the enterprise fund of water does, that to me is fishy. So on this current, the way it sits, I'm still a no, but hopefully I've communicated to you on how we can move this forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Moore, how many, as part of our, well, we have the water distribution plan, are we even adhering to any of that? I know Mr. Miller isn't here.
Are we adhering to the administrative? Yes, we are.
So are we doing $6 million worth of water main repairs a year?
I'll probably defer to others for that, but we are budgeting for that, yes.
Who would be the others? Mr. Miller?
Well, I expect the people that, Mr. Edwards would know that better than I would, but yes, we are working towards.
I'm sorry, who would know that?
Mr. Edwards would probably know that better than I would. So.
Is he back there?
Yeah, he's not moving. Okay. He is back, he's back there. But that should really be known by that's probably the DPW director, would know that. I know Mr. Miller isn't here. How long will Mr. Miller be out?
What's your request?
Well, yeah, he's right.
He's the manager.
Well, he's doing the role of the DPW director, Mr. Miller. Where's Mr. Miller? How long is Mr. Miller gonna be out? Does anybody know? Through you, Madam Chair, to Clyde Edwards.
Mr. Edwards?
Because,
he tried to get
so here's another thing. So, Mr. Moore, while he's walking down, so our storm drain water and, he's almost here. I want to talk about our enterprise funds and how we collect. And we're not going to have enough time because this is a problem that actually requires more time for us. Mr. Edwards, how are you?
Good, thank you.
How long is Mr. Miller, is he going to be out?
Unknown.
Okay.
He has not given a date of return.
Okay, because I've got questions for him, and obviously I'm going to be, I know you're not, but these are questions that are specific to him. I wish him well. I guess we'll just have to wait till he can get back to answer these questions.
You can send what questions you have to me, and then I'll try to find out by talking with the staff.
So how do you want me to do that? You want me to?
Yeah, just email them. Just email me the questions that you have, and I'll get with the staff
and
people.
What's the turnaround?
By the next committee meeting, probably is the best
By
way.
what?
By the next committee meeting. If you send them to
2
me.
weeks. Okay.
Yep, I'll have answers probably by the next committee meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Because I know I don't want to, Mr. Moore, I don't want to give you questions that I know he needs. That's why I asked where was he at. So, thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I have a question for you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, the Water Stabilization Fund, is that already included in the proposed budget? Is there a line item for that?
We were planning to make the transfer in this, or create that in this fiscal year, so it's going to be in the next year's budget. in terms of being a transfer from the general fund. We're planning to do it this fiscal year.
Okay. Did we have the water stabilization fund last year?
No.
I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer
Well,
that
if the
it
council
should be
prefers,
just a transfer.
if the council prefers, we can do it as a transfer to the water fund.
Well, but we said that last week. I mean, Councilman Pfeiffer mentioned this last week.
I would agree, yes.
Yeah. But see, this is my problem. There is no transparency here. Now you're telling us that, okay, this is gonna make up for people that's not paying their bills and this, that, and the other. And it's not fair for those who pay their bills that they have to take up for the people that's not paying. When are we gonna collect the money of the people that's not paying their water bills?
65% of the water we pay for, they don't know.
Okay, what about the infrastructure? You know we're losing water.
Yeah, we are
So how are we
investing.
going about fixing that problem? See, there is no transparency. You know what? I'm not going to be able to vote for this tonight. I'm not. You said, what, $5 to $7? How did you come up with that calculation when last week you couldn't even tell me $5 to $7?
We did a calculation based on the number of customers.
I
we
thought
had.
you couldn't tell by dollar amount. I asked for a percentage. You couldn't even give me a percentage.
Dr. Lewis?
All right, thank you. So I just want to be, really brief with this. So, I understand, again, where we are in terms of the water. And I understand as well that my colleague in the 5th Ward voted for this contract that we're trying to, yeah, absolutely. And, yes, and as she continues to yell out,
Please.
she should know better. And so, as you say, the and is this, through you, Madam Chair, to Miss Ann. So what are your solutions to get this done?
Answering your question. Yeah, I voted for it.
Okay, thank you. So the fact that she voted for it, again, Councilwoman.
You are out of order.
And you better stop her.
Point of order.
I have the
Point of order.
floor.
She has the floor. What's your point?
My point is she should not be speaking to the motives of anyone. Right. She should not be. She's not being germane.
Madam Chair, I'm speaking to the reality of her voting.
Exactly.
She
Go
just
ahead.
said,
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
and so again, through you to the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Because you are, ma'am, I'm grown, so let's not know through you to you. So it's okay. So here we go. My point is this. As you see, I'm trying to have a dialogue with my colleague who is it, but again, she's out of order.
And this is your warning.
I appeal, wait a minute, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
1 minute, 48 seconds left, okay.
Okay, no, she says she appealed the ruling of the chair.
Yep. Is there support for the appeal? Okay. So you have 1 minute to defend your appeal.
So one of the things, it is a sensitive topic, it's a serious topic. She read a letter. What does a vote in 2017? Let us get past that. And then we get caught up in this. Today, it is before us for the 2 million. Councilman Pfeiffer made a point. Everyone made a point. A lot of our questions can't even be answered tonight. But if we want to move forward to answer the questions, let's don't antagonize each other. It's not about 2017. We're in 2025. And what is before us tonight is what we need to deal with. The 2 million, and we can't get 75% of the answers, which Mr. Edwards just said, email my questions in 2 weeks, I can get an answer, because Mr. Miller is out. So let's not antagonize and take cheap shots. Let's focus on what's going on, and let's not do that. You know, let's move forward with this. 2017 and now, let's stop it. We can't get no answers for 2 weeks anyway.
Thank you. So the reason why I gave the warning is because she was speaking when Dr. Lewis had the floor despite being warned not to. This is the vote for yes overturns the ruling of the chair, and a no does not.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis. You have 1 minute 48.
Thank you. So my point is this, seeing that, when we reject something, we need to come up with an answer. And so since my colleague, as I was saying, voted for this in 2017, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to move past that so we can get a solution so we can handle our water issue. The fact that we have non-payment, the fact that rates are going up, this is how we move past it. But whenever we're talking about an issue, let's talk about solutions. And so since she was on the council during this time, that's why I was posing that question to see if she was bringing a solution to the table. And so here we are. The reason why things get muddy and why we can't, quote unquote, work together is because responsibility. We have to accept it. And we are responsible for working together and with administration to handle these things. And so this water stabilization fund will help stabilize our rate. And we have people that don't pay. We can't run up in your house and make you pay. We can't. We have to work with the people. We have to work with the people. And so here we are. So nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and just reiterate that decisions in 2017 is the reason why we're having this conversation in 2025. We need to stabilize this water, and we need to work with the administration to get it done. If this is not the answer, please, I admonish my colleagues to come up with the answer. But yelling out, calling people girl, that's not it. Let's go ahead and do something good for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion?
Madam
in the
Chair?
second round? Go ahead.
So I do want to impress upon everyone the urgency of what we have before us today. I noticed that we used 80%. We said that a couple of times, and we're saying that 80% is paying for the 20% are not paying. But what we're not saying is what part of that 80% is paying in full. So that is another equation that you have to add to the fact that you're not getting a full 80% collection, even in that 80%. And so that's another thing that this $2 million has to account for, is the fact that even in that 80%, while you might be getting some, you're still not getting that full 80 of that 80%. And so we need to take a look at that. I know something that was said that it felt a bit cavalier. We have to be careful of it. When are we going to cut these people's water off? When are we going to do this? When are we going to do that? Some of these people that we're saying, well, when are we just going to cut their water off? They have families, they have children. You lose your children if you do not have water. So we have to be very careful when we want to be cavalier about saying just cut them off. Granted, something should be done to collect, but there are a lot of different reasons for why people are not paying their bills. Do I believe that there are people who are not paying their bills simply because they are just not paying them? For sure, for sure. I know we're running into that, but I know we're also running into a lot of economic hardships and a lot of reasons for why there should be grace. I also know that we have been cutting people off more. There's a whole formula now that is happening to where more people are getting shut off notices and we are collecting more money. But again, it was already pointed out that some people just do shut off notice to shut off notice because that is what they can afford. Very few people can afford to pay their bill in full, which brings us to my third point, because now we're looking at the word privatization if we do not account for this money and account for it fast. The thing that you do not want to do when it comes to water and privatization is allow that to happen. What happens once water is private, meaning it is completely out of the hands of the people. You have people sitting before you now that you can say, you can pressure to do what you want. You can say to them you won't sit in that seat again. You can even remove them and put somebody in that seat that will vote to make sure that those rates don't raise. But once that water is privatized, the government can't tell somebody that they can or cannot do something to you. You can't pressure that company to do or not do something to you. Once water is privatized, you have no voice, you have no rights. You either have their money or you have no water. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round? Hearing none, this is the vote to send resolution 250097 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because I can't get my questions answered for 2 weeks according to the city administrator.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. That motion fails. The next resolution is 250100, reallocation of ARPA funds, youth job training, City of Flint, second clean and safe summer program. Yep. It's been moved to keep in finance by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. This is the vote.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The next resolution is 250107, AIS construction equipment repairs to a paver, DPW street maintenance. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion to move that resolution to council.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward to move to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for you to, he's on his way, Rod McGaha.
Yep. Okay. Come on up, Rod.
Mr. McGaha. So, you've got 2 things on it, so tell me what this is about, and then so this is for the repairs, correct?
Yes, this is for, to repair our paver for the season.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
This is to repair our paver for the season.
Okay, and last season, how many miles of paved roads did we do?
I would have to look that up and get back with you on that one. I don't know the exact mileage.
Okay.
But
So
we did pave a lot of streets last year.
At 6th Ward got a lot.
The reason why this is so expensive is we bought a paver that's on tracks, has 2 tracks, and both of them need to be replaced, and they're $30,000 a track. So we usually spend around $20,000 to $30,000 each year to repair the paver. It's just that this year we gotta, in order to pave this summer, we need to replace the tracks.
No, I'm doing my own. I'm not, yeah. I'm sorry. So you said it was $30,000 a track. You bought a track. Could you say that again?
Yeah, we need both tracks, so that's why it's $90,000. But for 2 tracks, it's $60,000. We average about $20,000 to $30,000 in repairs per year.
Okay, and then how many teams do you have or groups that are paving? Is it just 1 or 2?
We have one group paving.
One group who paves?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's what I need for that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something. You said 30,000 per track?
Yes.
There's 2 tracks?
2 tracks.
60,000. How do we get the other 30,000?
Miscellaneous repairs.
Is this just an open PO that we give them and acquire parts or?
No, we
repairs
turn
as
it in
need?
at the end of the season, and they go through the whole machine in the wintertime.
Is 100,000 normal for what?
No. No, we usually spend between 20 and 30,000 a year. It's just the 2 tracks that we have to replace.
How long do those tracks last? Is
Uh,
this the first time that we've had to replace them?
Yes, first time.
how
We
long
bought the
have-
paver in 2018, and it was used.
So 5+ years, huh?
Yes,
So normally this would just be the 31,000-ish?
or less.
Or less? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250107. What? Absolutely. We hadn't voted yet, so go ahead.
Mr. Magaha, what is the lifespan of this piece of equipment?
I don't know the lifespan of it.
And what's the cost to replace?
Oh, I can have those costs for you next meeting.
'Cause
For a brand new one?
I'm concerned that we bought it used, it's coming up almost on 10 years now. How much more life are we gonna expect, and when are we gonna expect the $750,000 piece?
I'm hoping after we get new tracks, we should be good for the next 8-10 years.
So you think that piece of equipment's got a 20-year lifespan?
I hope so. That's what we're hoping.
Knock on wood. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
We gotta hope for the best.
This is the vote to send 250107 to council.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. That's 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 250108, Global Solutions Group, water plant surveillance improvements. Is there a motion? There's a motion on the floor by this councilman in the first ward to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Through you to Lauren,
Lauren,
or Clyde, if you got the
or
answer.
Clyde. Clyde's coming.
Come on, Clyde. You ain't got no mic time tonight.
He has his time coming, probably.
Uh-oh. I think that's a threat. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we've added cameras to the water pollution control before, right?
I do believe they have
So
had
is
some
this an
older, yeah.
Is this an expansion or replacement?
This is better equipment, upgrades. There are areas that weren't necessarily protected. And you had the off-site, like the 3rd Avenue facility, and where we've done a lot of upgrades and improvements
So
over the year.
now we're adding remote capabilities to those offsites?
That I'm not absolutely sure of at this point. The goal was to get all of this tied in the same way we tie into the police
So
security.
will it be tied into the network? Will we be able to capture it, or is it going to be stored locally? Don't answer that. I don't want that on the record.
Okay.
And this was bid out?
I
Yes,
believe
it
so,
was bid
yes,
out,
yes,
Lawrence?
yes.
Okay.
I heard somebody say yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in second? Okay, this is the vote to send 250108 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. That's 5 yes, 0 no. Oh, Doctor, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Al-Alamin, I'm sorry. 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 250109, AIS Construction Equipment, purchase new Wirtgen cold milling machine, street maintenance. Brad, you might need to come up. Is there support? Moved by Councilman in the first ward, supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Rod.
Magaha.
So this is about the cold milling piece of equipment. And the equipment was 2006. Says the city received a quote for a 2024 Wirtgen W50 cold milling machine. So is the other one just outdated, it's not working, or do we have one, or?
It's working, it's in bad shape. We bought it a long time ago. It's ancient. I'm surprised it's still working.
19 years ago.
And this machine is used to go around structures before we pave and to cut our headers for the paver.
So what's a milling machine? Is that when you pick
It
up?
takes the top layer of the
And
asphalt off.
And it crumbles it up? And
Yeah, so we had
goes back to
we contract out the major road, but they don't get close to our manholes or our catch basins or our water valves. And that's what we use to go around them.
Okay.
We also use to cut our headers too, so we
So
can
this
pave.
one says, the city will receive the quote for 2024. We're in 25.
Yes. So we're trying to save money by buying last
So
year's
is it,
model.
oh, is it still new though? Not
Yes,
been used?
yep, still new, still new.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Second round? This is the vote, send to council. 250109.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jarrett's not in. Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 250110, reallocation of ARPA funds, consumers energy, citywide street light upgrade, energy efficient LED bulbs, reduced utilities cost. I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved by the councilman in the first ward to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, through you to
Ashley.
Ashley. Ashley. So, help me to understand this, because didn't we already give consumers energy funds to change out the lights?
I am not aware of that, but this resolution, we have about 3,000 bulbs that can be upgraded to LED, and it will save the money, save the city. We'll save about half of our bill for consumer.
Okay, because it just really seems like
It
to
was in the
me.
ARPA plan, but we never voted on it.
Yeah, not, it's been since I've been elected. Okay, and they were supposed to change out all of the lights to the new LED lights. So what happened with that? How come they didn't
I am
finish
not aware
the
of that.
job?
I'm not aware of that. Right now, consumers, they do change out the bulbs as they're broken, but to my knowledge, we have not given consumer money at this scale.
I just need to know, did they do what they were supposed to do back then and change out all of the lights to the new LED lights? They did not. They didn't finish that project.
I'd have to ask administration, but to my knowledge, we have not paid consumer to do this work.
Not for this, but can you find out
Yes.
about what I'm talking about?
Yes, of course.
Because if we're giving them more money to do what, how many?
It's 3,000. Do you know what year?
Why?
Do you know what year that would have been?
It had to be what? It was either, it had to be 18 or 19. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
And
resolution out there.
was it for a street light specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So my question is, did they complete that? So,
And we'll look into that.
okay,
Yep.
look into it, because I don't want to give them, I need to know that answer. Because I don't want to give them more money. What are they doing? Did they complete the project that they were supposed to do in changing out the lights to the LED? So, that's it.
Okay.
I yield my time.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you for being a gentleman.
Go ahead.
Councilman in the 8th Ward. Question, what is street light assessment for that you pay?
I'm sorry, you said what is street light assessment for?
On your tax bill.
I cannot answer that question.
That's for Phil.
So is that break a bulb or, I mean,
It pays the electric bill. It's right in the backup information.
Well, I'm gonna yield to Dennis. He's the smart guy tonight. I yield.
Madam Chair.
I'm trying to.
Go ahead.
different
So,
things over here.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question. So if we're cutting our bill in half, are we then going to say that streetlight assessment can be cut in half?
I am not sure. Currently,
Because
the
if we're
city.
saying our monthly bill is going to go down because we reallocate this 2.8 million, that means that we should theoretically be able to cut the streetlight assessment in half.
I do not have that answer for you. Currently, the city is paying $80,000 for these 3,000 lights.
Yep.
When they're converted, we will be paying about 37.
So where's the extra money for the streetlight assessment going to be going?
There are plans to install more lights. We need more lighting on our streets, especially in our high crime areas. So funds will go towards that.
Didn't we have adding additional lights in our ARPA?
This is the ARPA, this is that fulfillment
So
of the ARPA.
this isn't part of our plan then to add more lights. This is to.
It's part of the, I've got consumers right here. The guy who's in charge of this is actually a friend of mine. Just happened to me
Conflict.
afterwards, but let me find out.
Hey, Candace, we can't hear.
So Ashley, can you find out if, because by us doing this and spending the money, the ARPA money for this, are we planning to reduce the streetlight assessment? Or are we gonna so if this cuts our bill in half, but we keep the streetlight assessment at full,
So this cuts our bill in half for these lights, the 3,000 streetlights.
how many streetlights
that
total
we
do we
have?
have?
We have about 3,000 streetlights. We have about 3,000
So we're saying.
that need to be converted.
No, how many streetlights do we have total?
I don't know the amount that we have total. I do know that we have, for this project, there are 3,000 streetlights that need to be converted to LED, and that will save us half of our bill that we're paying for them.
Point of information, I guess.
Yeah.
So, looking at the staff review form, the cost savings will be strategically reinvested into expanding streetlight coverage, particularly in high-crime areas identified through data from the Flint Police Department.
So,
It will be able to add more street lighting.
okay.
I thought it included the streetlights, but it doesn't.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said I thought it included new streetlights. The ARPA plan was to add new streetlights, but since the ARPA plan was, and that came directly from the mayor's budget, when they presented their plan, that 2.8 was in there, we just carried it forward.
Right.
And, but the costs have increased since that proposal came.
Ashley,
The plan for these savings, the money that we'll save, the plan is to install more streetlights.
but we don't know how many we'll be able to install yearly, like, is it gonna, by this savings, are we gonna be able to install 100 a year, 200 a year?
I don't have that number for you, but I can find out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm for this, but I'm hella skeptical. In just a simple fact of, I don't know about anybody else on the council, but we used to have halogen in incandescent everywhere, and my bill was a hell of a lot cheaper than it is with LEDs everywhere. Somehow their rates go higher the more LEDs we put up. But I'm for this, but I would like to know more detailed plan on
How many lights will be installed
how many, well,
based on our savings?
yes,
Okay.
if you can get that. Because we're gonna have savings each year, so at some point, those savings and the number of streetlights would stop because the cost of operating those additional streetlights would equal out.
Correct.
So is that a 10-year plan?
Yeah, so the rate of return is about 6 years.
6 years just for this 2.8. I'm talking about the cost savings of 50% on the streetlight assessment. Those savings, if we put 100 streetlights new a year, at some point, the cost of operating those 100 additional each year would equal out to the ability to not be able to put 100 more, you know what I'm saying? So in 5 years, when we put in 500 additional lights with the savings, the cost to operate those additional 500 would not allow us to add an additional 100.
Right, correct. I understand what you're saying. So the rate of return on the 6 years is that's how long it would take us to recuperate our 2.8 million that we're investing. Yeah, so, but I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
So I did a little due diligence on this, and I saw that that Detroit, that they switched over to LED lights. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay, yeah. And so they had like 90,000 lights at a cost around $30 million a year. So now that they've switched over totally, it cost them $5 million annually. And so looking at that savings, they're paying a sixth of what they used to pay. So if Detroit can experience that amount of savings, I trust that Flint can too. And what Detroit did, as my colleague was saying, they added more lights. And so I trust that if we bring our numbers down, and I'm just using Detroit's, for example. I know ours is a little lower, we have less people. So if Detroit can have 90,000 lights for $30 million and then replace them all, and now they only have to pay $5 million, that's an extra $25 million per year that you can add lights with. That's with Detroit. So I know Flint, our numbers may not be as big, but I trust that our savings will be that substantial so we can illuminate the city, especially over here on the north side. So hopefully that shines a little bit of light on this, and hopefully my colleagues will vote in favor. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, that we are projected to save about $450,000 per year. So if that helps.
Okay, well, and do you know, just off the top of your head, you know, $450,000 a year, that's what she said. So do you know exactly how much it costs to erect a street light?
Not to erect, but the replacement, and the replacement involves the bulb, the entire head and the bulb. It's about $900 per replacement.
No, I'm talking about brand new one.
Yeah, I don't have that number. No.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, I trust that we probably can get a few of them if we had an extra $450,000 per year allocated just for those lights. Yeah. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You to Ashley, is there a focus on certain areas of putting more of these lights?
Yeah, so we are working with the police department to target high crime areas. Okay. And also we're looking at the area, well, the type of bulb that has the quickest rate of return for us. So focusing on crime areas, and then looking at the rate of return.
Okay, because that's important. There's a lot of areas, like my colleague said, on the north side, east side, that just completely dark. And so having these lights would be a great benefit. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Go ahead.
What is the project timeline? Like, when can we say we're all 100% LED?
Yeah, we're looking at 1.5 to 2 years.
I'm sorry, 1.5 to 2 years?
Yes.
So the first year of savings aren't going to be the full 450, right? We're saying so in 2 years we can expect those savings. Is that what we're saying? Obviously there'll be some savings in year one, but maybe 200,000 versus 400,000.
Correct. We won't see the entire 400 in the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Ashley, is it possible for you to get us to find out what Councilwoman Ricardo stated, that there was a program, and if so, what was the success of that program? If you could do that, and then also to, it was a good question, how much does it cost when you put up a new pole? I think that when we look at, say, the 4th Ward, they need street lights more than anything. That ward is very dark over there if you drive through it at night, very dark. So if you could do that, because I've had people actually inbox me and tell me, no, there was a program. So residents are watching live stating that.
I got the same thing.
You did too? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250110 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett's not in. Mr. Jarrett's absent. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The last resolution for the night is 250111, Raymond Robeson, LLC, additional outstanding charges, City of Flint's fiscal year 2023 audit. I will entertain a motion.
Didn't she want us to go?
It's been moved by the councilman in the first ward. Is there support? I gotta amend it. I have to amend it, but we have to send it to council first. I do have an amendment for it. Okay. Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Okay. I'm going to say any discussion, but if you don't mind, I will do this first. I got to find the right wording. Just a second. Okay, so we need to amend because there is an invoice for $29,000 that needs to be paid, as well as what's on the floor. And so this resolution, I'm going to amend for a total amount of $104,000 and a revised total contract amount of $401,500. Funds will come from the general fund balance line item. And that is my motion. Is there support?
Why wasn't that in there before?
It's been moved by the councilperson in the 4th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward, to amend as stated. I can forward you that email from Davina if necessary. Is there any discussion?
We just not getting it.
So, yes, Madam
Go ahead.
Chair. Mr. Moore,
I warned him that was coming.
Mr. Moore, you know I'm going to ask, why did this audit take almost twice as many hours as it normally should? And Raymond is saying it's because of the finance department and they can't get stuff on a timely manner.
It's true. The reality is when both Paul and I started last fall, and I started in September, Paul started in October, and when we came in, virtually nothing had been done to prepare for the audit.
So,
and so that.
No, I get that, and I'll give you a pass on that. My question is, if we didn't give them information, are we paying them to sit around? So, like, I get it, the audit is taking a certain amount of hours, but how do you have almost 2 times the number of hours to do the same amount of work? I get it. If we're not giving them information, then are we still paying them why we're not giving them more information?
It's a lot more complicated than that.
Okay, explain it to me.
Okay.
I'm going to allocate 40 seconds to you on this question because I got a bunch. So.
Okay. Most of the staff that we inherited, they're good people, they're good staff, but they were new to the city and new to their role, which meant that they didn't know how to prepare the schedules that they needed to. They weren't prepared we weren't prepared for when the auditors started, because they were supposed to start in the first part of October. That's just when we started. And so it took us a lot longer to get ready, a lot longer to get the schedules for the auditors. And not all of our first schedules on the first trial were done properly because there's a learning curve to try to figure out how everything worked, because we had to learn how the systems worked. We had to learn how it was done in prior years. There was just an awful lot of work for everybody.
So, I get it, I understand that. So in 12 months, we're not gonna see this again, is that it? Oh, that's a long pause, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, well, we did have some problems. If you remember, this audit, we were, just before the 23 audit was completed, just before it was supposed to be completed, we had the ransomware. And we quite literally, when the auditors walked out one day for the 23 audit, they walked in on the 24 audit before we even had a chance to compare our year end to their year end to make sure that we're 100% agreement. We didn't have, we hadn't had a chance to go through all our files to make sure that we had find out what had been lost during the ransomware and try to recreate it. So there was just a lot of work to get involved, to clean up from the ransomware.
Mr. Moore, I'm having deja vu because I swear we had this change order last year and you came before us and there was an argument about whether it should come out of council's budget when it's finance's fault. So this is 2 years in a row where we've had overages.
Point of information, pause this time. This is the actual change order. We'd never voted on the one prior. This is the one that we talked about.
This is for the...
That was a year ago.
Yeah. We've been negotiating the dollar amount, started at 160,000. We got it down to 75.
Okay, so this is the change order from...
That we talked about, because the only thing we voted on for a year ago was to do the single audit, which is additional charge. This is the change order that I've been discussing with him for a while.
So this has been on the books forever then?
Yeah, well, yeah. Actually, we just got, Mr. Moore, Paul and I met, what was it, a month ago?
Yep.
With Raymond,
yes.
and discussed it and came to a final number.
Yeah, because I remember this being on the books because they emailed it to somebody and we sat on it and didn't do anything for a few months. Is that
This is the same thing? This is the same thing.
So can somebody tell me what this $29,000 one is, because it has zero explanation on it?
I don't know about that. I just found out about that today. So go ahead and start his time back. Oh, okay.
Can you explain this 29,000? Because it says for professional services rendering, include final progress billing of this audit. So the negotiation isn't 75,000, it's 104,000. Because it's covering the same time period. So explain that to me. Because 75,000 was the negotiated amount according to the finance chair, but if I'm reading this is for the same audit in the same year. It says between the two is 104,000. So can somebody shed light on that?
What Davina told me is that it just had not been paid, it had not been billed for the 2023 audit, but this is not part of the additional 74. It's just part that never got paid. So this is what she told me to do tonight.
So
She needs to be here herself.
She's at a conference.
can you do and I've asked you this, and I'm going to ask you again on the record in front of whoever's watching on TV. Where are the check registers? Because the check registers, we should be able to see if we have outstanding balances.
We took down the check registers after the hack because we were concerned about people using the vendors, and we've continued to have problems with people calling and trying to change the ACH numbers of our vendors so it goes someplace else.
So if you're not going to post them online, you can still send them to me, correct?
We can still provide information to the council. That I don't make that call,
So
but
can you send that to me and then, go ahead.
Thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Talk to me after the meeting.
Councilman Pfeiffer, I did request that, and I did ask they send it, and I had a discussion with you, Mr. Moore, that it be given to each council member, because the check registers have not been on since June of 2024.
Yeah, we're,
And you and I had our conversation.
We did.
But as council, we have a right for that, to see that.
Yeah, and our concern has just been that we put up publicly, we have people trying to call up and change the ACH numbers for our
Scammers.
vendors.
So he's supposed to get it. I did send an email with the request. I've been sending an email for requests for months now and haven't, heard anything. But here is this. So this is year-ending audit, June 30th, 2023. And Judy, you keep answering for Davina, but you are not the clerk. And she really needs to be here to answer that. This is, if she's telling you to do something that she wants it done, she really needs to be here. Because I remember we had, and I'm gonna have to go back to look and see, because there was some issues about this 29,000 before. And I can't exactly remember, because we got a bunch of stuff up here now, but, who negotiated this rate? Was this you? Because,
No, I haven't talked to him about the,
so who negotiated it?
Which rate?
You said you got the bill down.
The $75,000 bill, we got it down from 160. We
Who-
got it down from 164.
Who's the we?
we talked about, we had a conference call with the auditors.
Okay,
I
who
wanna
was
say
all on
March.
the conference call?
Well, it was a conference call that I called with the auditors to talk about the 24 audit.
Who was on from the city?
Paul, myself, and Judy.
Okay, but
And
that's
Judy was just she just stopped by in the middle of our call, so I mean,
but
it
that's
wasn't
technically
planned.
your job to do that,
Right.
to negotiate the
The
CFO.
purpose of the call was to talk about the 24 audit.
Yeah, and here's what I'm saying. You have a council member negotiating. That's your job. And I'm seeing too many hands and where it should not be. She's not in the administration. She's not a part of the executive branch. She's in the legislative branch. Those are clear lines. She's not.
Excuse me, the council is in charge of the audit. We hire
Does
the
not mean
auditors.
doesn't mean you negotiate. You
We,
hire. You don't negotiate.
I can do that because I was working for the council to reduce the fee that we paid,
Okay,
that the
this is
council
my
is
time,
responsible
Judy.
for.
I'm not
Request
getting
for
ready to do this with you.
information.
So,
So my request is, if council can't negotiate, why were we trying to negotiate the contract for the senior center some months ago?
okay,
Either
you
we
know
can
what?
negotiate or we
I'm
can't.
not getting ready to talk to you. You got some other, I'm not dealing with you. This
You
is my
got it.
time, and you need to warn her, okay? Warn her. So my question is, legislative and executive branch are two different things. We're separate entities. And it's very clear that when we talk about being the finance chair doesn't mean you go and negotiate and do everything to do your job and the city clerk's job. Those are specifically in our charter specific jobs, specific. And so when we get this, what is it, 100 this is, y'all just do what y'all want to do around here. Go ahead.
My assumption has always been that
Just like her attitude.
the responsibility for negotiating for the auditors usually is not rest with the finance
I
department.
didn't understand you, Mr. Moore. Can you say that again?
My assumption was that you normally don't have the finance team negotiate the contract for the auditors because they're auditing the work that we do, and there might be a conflict with that. You don't want us negotiating it because
Yeah, but the bill was already done. So if we're saying you have this bill with a set amount, 100 and some thousand, we want to negotiate, or how can we lower that bill? I mean, I think there has to be clear lines here, and it's not. And you're the CFO, and I like you, Mr. Moore, and I like you, Paul, but it's too often that we're not getting the answers. And then we're getting that the clerk said, this is what she said, pay it. She's not here. No one has the right to speak for the clerk. And I'm not comfortable with that. I mean, if she's not here to say it, you don't say, no one can speak to her. That's her title, that's her job description, just like it's yours. There's clear lines for that. I yield the floor, I'm done.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I'm going to take a few minutes because I'm the one seeming to be going to be hit on a podcast for negotiating a contract. That is part of my responsibilities. It is not the administration's responsibility to negotiate a contract that is, or that the council oversees. It is not the clerk's responsibility to negotiate a contract. I didn't negotiate a contract. I negotiated a reduction in a fee because it was very high for that year. And we got it down to, $80,000 plus. So, also as part of that conversation, it was where are we at in the audit for 2024? And ransomware put us behind because they were walking in to do the audit and we couldn't get into our systems. And so they have to reschedule us and they have to fit us back in again. So again, we've got another issue for next year. We're going to have to bid out the service for the 2026 audit. So this was my job, was to help to get the cost down as finance chair. That was my role, and that's what I did. And so that's what the $75,000 is. And I'm done with my time. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I just want to say, again, thank you, because our job is to work with the administration on behalf of the people and also to save money where we can. So thank you for working with the administration and doing your job as finance chair to move the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead. Good job, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, this is the vote to send to amend 25011 to 250111.1.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett's absent. Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. I'll now entertain a motion to approve to send 250111.1 to council.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So moved.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the second ward to send to council as their support. It's been supported by the councilmen in the first ward. This is.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
It seems like I'm the fifth vote on this, so I want answers on the 29,000, so I'm gonna make a motion to send it to Special Affairs to get those answers.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send it to Special Affairs. Is there a second? Support. Okay, this is the vote to send to Special Affairs. And that motion was made by councilman in the 8th ward and supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That will be sent to Special Affairs. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman in the 8th Ward, supported by Councilman in the 1st Ward. Vote for adjournment.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared's absent. Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat? 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The meeting is adjourned at 9:43.
The time is now 9:44 p.m. on
You
Wednesday.
gotta give them minutes to get the speaker slips.
It's 2 people sitting there.
We haven't, we told Davina we'd give them time between meetings.
Any member of public want to speak, raise your hand.
Right. There's nobody left, Judith. I understand.
Hi, how are you? Time is now 9:45 p.m. on Wednesday, April 9th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin. Okay. Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett is not in.
Oh, did he leave? Okay.
We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are none, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance to the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speaker slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. I would like to remind everyone that you are under the disorderly person city code subsection. First speaker, Madam Secretary.
R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. That's you. Oh, yeah. Good evening, Council. As for the record, the people's in America watching this situation in Flint, Michigan, you see how Madam Shack chairlady talk to the public like she don't recognize senior citizens as peoples. And that's why the peoples like Boys Incorporated talk about they go in the blighting and got their own basketball team and they only get $10,000. They made $50,000, but they see how they doing Flint and come back here and try to get some money from and the shack and people's like they always don't report their own Flint peoples. And they always like DDA. The mayor is on that board and he right there right now as we speak, he done made all Flint green growing vegetable land, but he gonna put something else on there, but he ain't telling nobody what he gonna put on there. And the whole police department and the goons out in Burton and out in Grand Blanc call this up taking over Flint and they'll see the water. Now I know why my water faucet broke 2 days ago. I was trying to change the filter because the green light wouldn't come on and it broke off. And I was trying to see and bring it down here, see what kind of chemicals collected over a year. I just laid it down there but I went and bought some beans and some neck bones and I put the sink water in there. Now I'm hesitated. I ain't ate none yet because I fell asleep sleeping last night. I'm hesitated to eat the stuff because all that poison in that faucet water. I've been drinking off of bottled water ever since Mayor Reaver started that water situation. And you see how he talking about it, we don't pay. Other people paying people's bills. Mr. Moore talking that junk, Japanese talk, mumble jumble. And I wonder, do you in America understand what this guy's saying? Fooling with the peoples of Flint like Second Ward, don't want to get a woman over there $50,000 and just like my neighborhood at 3512 on Mildred and Gillespie Street. I was over there last night, the laundromat. People's over there calling me uncle, and I mentioned one word, and they found out the Indian dude over there called the state boys on them, and then they said a white man bought all the houses, even your house, Uncle Mitchell. I said, and then he ended up, they ran out of gas in front of his house, and he's an Indian, and he ended up dying in his own house. That's why Third Ward got to get somebody to represent that, because they think we just like South Africans, okie dokies, apartheid, and Flint.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next public speaker is James Moore.
Good evening, James Moore, Second Ward. Got 3 questions, hopefully so I can get them answered pretty quick.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
All right, let's try this again. Can y'all hear me? All right, cool. 3 questions I'm gonna try to get through real quick. First off, I'll be attending my first meeting in the Second Ward under Dr. Lalelle Lewis and being updated on what's going on over there in our ward. Looking forward to it this weekend, I believe the 14th, right? I don't know, we'll find out. Whenever you have your next meeting, hopefully, so I'll be there.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can understand that.
Don't worry about it. Hey, is there any way we can find out who can do anything about communications? I'm getting these here telemarketing calls from the policeman's band, Christmas party to Medicaid. Is there anybody I can get some relief from? I mean, is there a national band that we got call Donald Trump and say, can you get on these people about calling every 6 minutes on the phone? It's harassing in the city of Flint, in the state of Michigan, in the United States of America. Is there anybody we can call and talk to them and say, look, can you put a tracer on that phone call so we can call them back and maybe hit them with a fine? And then last before least, since I got a minute 32 left, I believe I was at a block club meeting with the mayor, and he had brought up in regards to the water that we owe $42 million in backwater bills. At least that's someplace to start at. Maybe if we could get with him and have him come down to the podium and explain the $42 million and how we don't want to be taken over by someone else. Detroit Water, Glee Walk, hell, I done heard them all, Johnny Appleseed, whoever they need. we don't want to lose our water. I hope we can come up with a solution to find a way to get it taken care of, if it's under his leadership or someone else's. But the fact of the matter is we got to pay for our water. We may not like it, but we do need it. Y'all have a good night, and hopefully so I didn't put you to sleep.
Please stop yelling out.
That was the last public speaker.
Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one that wishes to speak during council response, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Councilman in the 8th Ward made a motion
Complete separation.
for complete separation.
Madam Chair,
Councilman in 8th Ward.
I make a motion to send to council 250098.
There's been a motion on the floor to send to council 250098-T. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward, and that is appointment Bishop International Airport Authority, Clyde Edwards. Is there discussion? Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there is no discussion in the first or second round, this is the roll call vote to send 250098-T appointment to Bishop International Airport Authority, Clyde Edwards, to council. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
I guess you can hear us.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, not in. Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Machette,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Five yes and 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Appointment 250098-T, Bishop International Airport Authority, Clyde Edwards, has been moved to council.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
There's been a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Is there support to the motion to adjourn? I'll support that. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
It's the mayor's thing.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns,
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
I'm here.
oh, sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Machette,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis? Dr. Lewis?
Ain't nothing else moving. Yes.
No.
Madam Clerk.
4 yes.
Madam
and
Clerk.
Yes.
I want to change my vote.
Thank you.
Sorry, Liddell. Yes.
Okay. 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. The time is now 9:56 p.m. on Wednesday, April 9th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting. It is adjourned.
I don't, yes. When I got the face, when I got the...
I'm going to the bathroom.